And faculty members here. A very warm welcome to day 2 of Umagine 2025. Some of you had attended the yesterday's session. I hope you had a fantastic experience. Yesterday, insightful sessions, live conversations, and a lot of inspirations. So today promises to be even more excited and also expected as we kickstart the day 2 of Umagine 2025 with the concepts of artificial intelligence and also the deep technologies. So ladies and gentlemen and all the faculty members and the students, please be prepared, be seated, make yourself comfortable and be ready to get inspired. So begin with the day 2 and we do have the first panel discussion with the fantastic speakers and the moderator here on the topic future-proofing the workforce, skilling and scaling for deep technologies. May I request the moderator, Mr. Karthikeyan Selvaraj, CEO, CreateWorks Private Limited, to please join here on dais. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Mr. Karthikeyan Selvaraj leads the organization with a focus on innovation, growth, and customer success. With a strong background in business development and technology, he plays a key role in driving the company's vision and ensuring its long-term success. Moving forward, I'm going to introduce the speakers for this first panel discussion. May I request the speaker, Mr. Sunil Kumar, World Bank, to please join the dais. Can we have a big round of applause, please? All the students over there. Mr. Sunil Kumar is the center head of the Global Center of the World Bank at Chennai, responsible for providing overall strategic leadership to the office. As the center head, he has played a pivotal role in transformation of the center from an accounting hub to a center that delivers a wide spectrum of business process services, including finance and accounting, HR and IT, knowledge management, and business process excellence. May I request the next speaker, Mr. M. Lakshmanan, CHRO L&T, to please join the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for him, please? Mr. Lakshmanan plays a key role in shaping the company's HR strategy and ensuring that the organization attracts, develops, and retains top talent. With extensive experience in human resources and leadership development, he is responsible for driving initiatives that promote a positive and productive work environment. May I request Mr. Daniel Jacob, SVP EC Group, to please join here on the dais. Mr. Daniel Jacob is a seasoned HR thought leader with over 2 decades of experience at EC Group International, where he serves as Senior Vice President of HR. He has developed effective employee engagement strategies that have positively influenced workplace culture. So I'm going to invite the last speaker, but never the least. May I request Mr. Biswajit Panda, SVP, India Global Capability Center Head at Nielsen IQ. Mr. Biswajit Panda, with a distinguished career spanning several years, he has played a pivotal role in driving innovation, operational excellence, and strategic growth for Nielsen IQ's operations in India. As a leader, he oversees a wide array of critical functions, ensuring the seamless integration of global processes with local expertise. His work focuses on leveraging advanced analytics, technology, and talent to deliver high-quality insights and solutions to clients worldwide. So now I'm handing over to the moderator here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. How are you guys feeling today? Good. I see most of the students here, so there is no energy. What's happening, guys? Good morning. Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to my panelists, who I've told them, I'm not going to ask you any surprise question, but at college, before the exam, while you prepare, there's always a surprise element, because whatever you prepared is not going to be in the question paper, correct? You always see things out of syllabus. That's what I'm going to do all these people. Huh? Let's see how all the teachers fare before the students. Whether they fail or pass, that's up to you guys to decide. So jokes apart, when we were given this topic of deep technology, talent, and the impact, so we were kind of brainstorming and we were looking at in terms of how do we contextualize this? How do we make people get an understanding of what deep technology? And there was a dinner last night, and one of the doctors who came from UK, he was asking me, Karthik, you're going to speak on this. Can you please define me who coined this word or what does deep means? We understand technology, even in a medical profession, we also use technology. So can you please explain to me, what do you mean by deep? That was very intriguing. I tried to explain to him, sir, this is cloud computing, this is quantum, this is AI and all. No. All that we use now. You tell me what's the difference between this technology and deep technology. So after 10 minutes, of course, he had few rounds. I tried to convince, did not happen. So I said, okay, fine, I'm going to ask this question to my panelists tomorrow. First and foremost, we need to have a good understanding, awareness of what are we talking about. Everyone is talking about deep technology. Everyone is talking about, okay, AI, innovation. But there seems to be a myth in terms of saying that deep technology is this. And then when you start scratching the surface, people get out of depth and it's shallow. So some of us, okay, at this age, for us, deep technology means I can create a AI inspired picture of me to look like a Salman Khan, right? At this age. That's deep technology for me. But Sunil clarified to me today morning saying that Karthik, you are only Karthik, you are not Salman Khan. Don't try. So what deep technology is, what it can do, and what it can do to the future workforce, because this is something still developing, it's not matured, and it's not insulated from its aspects. How do we ensure that the future generations who are going to become potential workforce, how does it impact them, and what is that they need to understand? What is that they need to focus on? And how people with experience can help. So this is what we are trying to accomplish today, and we will do our best. Of course, last 5-10 minutes, we'll also provide some opportunity for you people to ask questions. So I'm going to first go to Biswajit and ask him, from a deep technology, emerging technology point of view, whether it's AI, cloud computing, or quantum computing, or whatever it is, if you have to help people understand, how will you express yourself so that there is an awareness on this space?
Thanks, Karthik. Good morning, everyone. I think when I saw this topic, right, about deep technologies, I would like to thank the Umagine team for coming up with this exciting topic, because this is some concept which is going to stay with us for the next few years. And if you look at what we had imagined like few years back, everything is possible now. It's because of deep technologies, right? So I want to tell like what exactly is deep technologies, because many people think that yes, it includes all the advanced technologies which are there like AI/ML, quantum computing, blockchain, robotics, bioengineering, like everything comes under the scope of deep technologies. But that is the first point. The second point is like how these technologies are slowly becoming mainstream, and how these technologies are getting used to solve a lot of global challenges, which is making a very big social and economic impact. Because that is where it separates out, right? We have the technologies, we look at how they are trying to solve the global challenges, how they are going to make an impact on the society and economy, and that's where the role of deep technologies come in. So it originates like, you know, there are a lot of scientific discoveries happening. There are a lot of engineering innovations happening, right? But when both of them are brought together using these technologies to solve the real world problems, that's where the role of the deep technologies come in. And I can give you some examples so that you can relate, like whether it's the climate control, whether it's the energy, like how it's being managed, drones, everything which is having a big impact, right? But using this advanced technologies that come under the deep technology. And I just wanted to point out one thing, like we are speaking a lot about it, but where are we from the overall India standpoint, right? India ranks 6th among the deep technology ecosystems across the world. So a long way to go, because we don't want to be in the 6th position, because we have a very robust talent pipeline. And I think Karthik asked like how this deep technology is going to impact the work that we are doing, right? And when I look at the overall thing, like we have a lot of industries, right? We have medicine, we have finance, we have logistics, we have many different industries and verticals. But what I have observed is like deep technologies in themselves, right? Suppose I speak about AI ML, that is impacting the industry. But if you take that role and put it in an industry also, that is also impacting as a part of the deep technologies, right? To give you an example, suppose we are going for quantum computing, right? Quantum computing is able to solve a lot of large problems which are coming up with medicines, logistics, and other areas, which cannot be solved by a classical computer. If you look at the area of medicine, right now there are personalized medicines which can come up. There are predictive analytics which are coming up into the medicine thing, right? And those are possible because of AI getting involved in resolving some issue from the society standpoint. If you look at blockchain even, like we discuss about the transparency and the security of the transactions which is happening, which is impacting a lot of the finance, healthcare, and the logistics industry. But is it solving a big problem? Yes, because it's bringing in security and transparency into all these transactions which is happening. So all in all, it's having a huge impact across industries. And if I come out from the industry's perspective and look at like where is the entire ecosystem, right? It's universities, it's industry, it's startups, it's government. So all of them are impacted because government has to make the policy to enable deep technologies spread in India and the usefulness being provided. Universities have to scale up to ensure that yes, we are ready for the challenge that is going to come up in the next few years. So it's impacting all across. Now, another big question which comes up is how it impacts the workforce, right? In fact, a lot of people think that yes, this AI ML has come in, this thing, so there will be reduction in workforce, jobs will be lost, all those stuff, right? But I can give you like one World Economic Forum report which came out in 2024, which says that yes, in 2025, maybe 85 million jobs will be displaced, right? But those will be replaced by 97 million jobs. So you know where it stands, right? All the way, like a lot of technology improvements have been happening and we are always thinking that yes, jobs will be lost. But this is the actual fact which has come out. So where it lands us is, yes, the impact on workforce is there. As far as the skill sets is concerned, it's not that much there as far as the number is concerned. So we have to be prepared, right? If from the skill set perspective, yes, we are looking at technology, but we are going to look at a lot of soft skills also, like creativity, problem solving, all those skills have to be there because that is what cannot be replicated outside humans. So all in all, I can say that it's something which is going to have a huge impact in the near future. We have to be prepared for it. And it only results from all these advanced technologies that we learn. So we should be focused in learning all these advanced technologies and seeing how they are going to be useful across the industries, across verticals. So I think, Karthik, that's in brief, right?
Thanks, Mr. Jit. That's a very good way of making people understand. So I'm going to go to Daniel. Daniel, you run a IT company. So I was just speaking to someone where when I was part of the corporate world, we spoke about machine learning, ML. So today it's kind of subdivided into a large machine learning and small machine learning. So these kind of evolution or mutation of this deep technology theories and nomenclatures, it also confuses people. So from an IT perspective, can you also throw some light on the awareness and make it simple and easy for people to understand?
Sure. Okay, good morning. So how many students here? Students. Very good. How many engineering students? Any arts and science students? Okay. So deep students here. Okay. And so don't go so deep. Okay. In the morning, you'll be tired. I know how many of you had breakfast and all that. It is some deep topic today. Okay, so how I see deep technology playing a role here and what it is. So based on two answers, what all comes under deep technology? What all comes under? Bots, okay, very good. Blockchain, very good. I think organization management is learning here. Huh? Okay, what else comes under deep tech? Artificial intelligence, AI, ML, all that they've been telling, all that you know, and from the time you walked into this campus and until you reached here, you would have seen AI in about 20 places, AI, ML in about 20, 30 places. If you walked into the innovation arena, every stall literally has about all these words, right? How I see deep technology, of course, it all combined and that's how that is deep technology. How I understand from the HR perspective is, I see this as a symphony. Okay, all these different things are there. How do you bring it together for a common solution together? You bring in science, you bring in engineering, and also you bring in technology. Bring together and find a life-threatening problem or real-time problem, and you'll be able to solve it. That is what the deep technology is enabling somebody to do. For example, in many cases, he mentioned about medical sciences, and also he talked about financial sectors and how deep technologies can actually play a role. For example, how many of you have come across children with autism challenges? No, I also come across. No, I have an NGO. I run an NGO, so working with children. Such children is also one of a part of work. If you go and go for as a parent, if you go and take your child to a therapist or a consultant, psychiatrist, they don't tell you where in the spectrum the child is. They only say spectrum disorder. They don't tell you where are you, right? Because they'll not be able to tell, because they say every child is different, every condition is different. How do you analyze? Deep technology is the answer. Bring in that. Okay. Bring in mathematical calculations, methods, use technology in biological cells and learn about it. Now think about this. That's why I call it a symphony. Bringing all together and creating a masterpiece. And as engineering students, you are the Ilayaraja, right? You are writing that, bringing together, which one to bring in, where to bring in, and lifetime, real-time problem. See, the thing is, one of our clients, long back we were serving a medical doctor in America. He's a medical doctor and also doctorate in PhD. So that's a combination. And he was coming up with solutions for diseases which is rare diseases, which has no cure at all. And he was wanting to study. And one of our teams was putting together a technology solution for it to do something. And the team leader I was speaking to, like about 10 years before I'm talking this, and he said, they're working on to get data from every cell, from DNA, what kind of data they can get. And he said, every cell has a terabytes of data. Every cell has a terabyte of data that need to be uncovered, and think about the computation power that is needed to compute all of it. And it was not possible before, but now with deep technology it is possible. That is why I think deep technology will be a great solution for many of the problems. For example, in the financial sector, deep technology can help you help in a live method in microseconds. Deep technology can help to identify whether it's a terror funding or normal funding. If it is a terror funding, within microsecond it will identify and block it. Otherwise it will not be possible. So we are in a kind of a juncture where we've been talking about AI for several decades. We've been talking about Gen AI for a couple of years now. And AI, ML, and robotics, and everything else that we are talking about. But now, in this term, the deep technology is helping individuals to come, identify a solution and put this together in the right combination and find a solution. That's how I see deep technology.
Thank you, Daniel. So you did make a very good point in terms of how do we understand. So we know, but we also need to understand where do we position. So I'm going to go to Lakshman here, because Lakshman being a HR person and interfacing with a lot of workforce. So Lakshman, see, these are things which is evolving and everybody understands and learns it as they go. However, there's a very fundamental element, that's an educational element which is needed. So while you have an awareness, for you to get more deeper understanding, you need to have an education. On top of it, an adaptation and understanding, and then supported, sponsored by learning and development opportunities. So can you please throw some light on that, Lakshman?
Sure. And good morning to everyone, and happy to be here. I think just to quickly add on to what Bishwajit and Daniel said about deep technologies, another important aspect about deep technology is that it requires deep investments, right? And larger countries like the US, the Western countries have invested significant amount of money in building neural networks, right, which actually provide those computing powers, and they've been investing in those building those very high hyper-speed neural networks for over 10 years or 12 years, and now it is democratized, and now many more people are having, or commercialized and democratized, and now many more people are having access to that deep technology through these neural networks. Now, what can we do as people in this hall or younger people in this country is we can learn. And one, you can say that my company will teach, or my company will invest and make sure that you learn. Or two, you can decide that you will learn on your own. Or three, you can decide to go and ask your parents to fund you to learn, right? So all of these options are available depending on what your context is. But in spite of all of that, I think the most important thing is, do you want to learn, right? And how much of time and effort and passion are you willing to invest in learning? And today, especially in the post-COVID world, all deep technology learning from Cornell to Wharton to Stanford is available online. And at least the module 0 or module 1 of deep technologies is actually available for free, right? In case you are not available, all you have to do is to do one Google, and you will find a significant amount of these courses available for free, not only in Stanford and Wharton and Columbia, but you can also get these courses from IIT Guindy, right? It's also a lot of courses are available online, offered by different IITs in India. So as students, I would say that you can start investing your time, right? Because it's almost free almost everywhere. So go invest your time to pick up these technologies, practice. I think the skill is more important than knowledge. Therefore, practice. And as you want to have access into the networks, it will become that you need to pay for those access, because free access will only get you to elementary level of knowledge, but deep knowledge, deep skill will require proper access to technology, right? So you will have to do that. As a company, L&T Technology Services, I think we've built a Gen AI Academy about a couple of years ago. We've been investing. L&T is known as learning and training company in jest. So there's a significant amount of investments we do. So we started off on our AI journey in terms of structured investment for our employees at least 2.5 years ago. And we have a Gen AI Academy about 2 years ago. And each year, thousands of people are getting trained on very, very deep, detailed learning, right? And for you, you must find your way to get freeware, or you must find a way to invest and acquire skills rather than just knowledge.
Thanks, Lakshman. So, Sunil, I'm going to come back to you now. Given a context that you are part of the United Nations organization, because World Bank is not like other financial institution only for profit, and your positioning is you operate across the globe, be it the most advanced world country or the most deprived world country. And with all this changes in technology, I have two questions to you, Sunil. The first question is as a follow-up to Lakshman. Being a bank or a service organization which is spread across the spectrum, how do you impart education? How do you kind of ensure that your staff understand this? Number two, the most important, what is that specifically you personally feel from a generic point of view people should do to reskill themselves? And what is that, if you can share, your bank is doing with respect to reskilling people so that they are ready to manage these challenges in the coming future?
Thank you, Karthik. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I will come to your questions, but I wanted to add what previous speakers talk about deep technologies. It is a way of calling or naming a new technology. Deep technology, like maybe there was not appropriate word, people start saying deep technology. Like we have seen the evolution of technology since beginning, right? Computers, laptops, Microsoft Word, Excel, etc. We started giving some names. I think we shouldn't go into the jargon of the names. We should go deeper into what this technology brings value to all of us, how it helps to solve the business problem, which technology is relevant in the current context of solving the business problem. Vishwajit talked about it, Daniel also talked about it. So now coming to this specific question in terms of how do we embed learning culture as a part of our, bringing it up. Now, you heard about the sayings. The behaviors are guided by the values, and the values are coming from the culture in which we are brought up, right? That's how we kind of look at. If we really have to bring innovation as a behavior, now that innovation has to be a part of our culture. And how the culture is imbibed. It has to start from the beginning. We should start talking about this innovation cultures, the deeper technologies, new technologies, right from the school days, right? Because we should be talking about it. We should be investing in education about these technologies. Now the problem is that when at the corporate level, when we see that there is a supply deficit for these kind of technologies, we say that, okay, there are a lot of people, but the people are not employable. Now, what is the root cause of this? Because we have not imbibed this as a culture, as a part of our education system. The corporate should also come forward, because once the education system has a curriculum, I know many schools are imbibing this, they are putting this as a culture, but students learn about it. They don't have avenues to apply that learning in the real life examples. Therefore, the role of corporate becomes so important in terms of coming to schools, helping students, coming to colleges, giving them some projects, so that we kind of look at how this learning is applied to the projects, so that there is a deeper learning about it. As Biswajit also mentioned, we should be very deep in terms of our thinking. We are able to solve enterprise level problems. So that's very important from the cultural setting point of view. When in the Eastern Europe, you see that like how the trained engineers, they are able to solve so much critical problems for business with the deeper technologies. Now here we have a lot of people, we are very good in executing instructions. We should be equally good in terms of thought leadership, critical problem solving skills, analytical skills, etc. How this will come? Once it is a part of our curriculum, we are able to apply that curriculum to the practical levels. So that's the global, in terms of how we can kind of look at it, and it should be part of corporate social responsibility also to kind of propel this culture as we move forward, if we really have to be deeper in terms of our impact of these technologies. Now, when we look at reskilling, reskilling is a priority. It is no longer an option. I think Biswajit talked about World Economic Forum, 85 million jobs are going to be displaced, 97 million jobs are going to be new jobs. So there is a urgent problem on hand. And if the 97 million jobs are going to be new, are we ready to take on those roles? So what is our responsibility? It is the corporate responsibility as well as employees' responsibilities for reskilling. Now there are two things in the reskilling or upskilling, you call it. One is what? Because people ask us, you tell me about upskilling or reskilling, but what I need to do? What are the avenues that I should be upskilled or reskilled? And second is how we do that. in terms of what part, I think it has to be very clearly specified what are the avenues where people can be reskilled or upskilled. Like we talk about digital literacy, the new technologies, whether it's Internet of Things, digital like blockchain, the name 20 times as, mentioned artificial intelligence, you know, these are all the names, but I'm saying that we should have very specified dedicated plans as a part of our review system that these are the business problems that we have to solve. This is the investment that I'm going to make. I'm going to make investment in our employees, and I'm going to kind of monitor that progress. And therefore the employees are also need to take the accountability for that kind of investment, because it's a joint accountability on that. So what part is very, very important? Like nowadays, environment sustainability, like is a part of corporate social responsibility. There is a sustainability reporting. There are skills required for that. So there is another like skills which is basically like looking at project management. Like all these big projects are coming now, it has to be managed so well so that we are able to execute those projects on time. So there are skills for that. So we have to be very clear in terms of what, how there are strategies through which we can. I talked about individual learning. Excuse me. Then we have to have apply those learnings to the projects. We should be willing to identify projects suitable for those learnings. Then it's a peer-to-peer learning, mentoring. So it's a overall investment that we have to make. Now, while we talk about all this, there are barriers to reskilling also, because something we say that, okay, the resources are not available. We have to kind of, as I said, as part of corporate strategy, we have to kind of reserve those resources. Sometimes we say that, okay, I have learned everything. That's a problem. I think we should change this statement from what I have learned, that I'm learning every day. It's a continuous learning. We know that the technologies are changing, and therefore the business problems are also advanced in terms of to adopt those technologies. So it's a mindset change that we have to bring it. It's a joint ownership and accountability we have to take between the corporate, academia, and employees.
Thank you, Smil, and that was very helpful and useful. So I'm going to quickly ask Biswajit a follow-up question on reskilling. So if you can be brief in terms of what do you think we can do more than from what Sunil has covered? Do you have any perspectives?
Sure, Karthik. In fact, I just want to start with an example, right? I have more than 25 years experience in this industry. So when I started, there was mainframe, then we moved to Visual Basic, then we had .NET, then we have full stack, cloud, everything coming in. So the reskilling has been a part of the ecosystem since the last several years. So how is it different now? It is different because the technologies, what we are classifying under the deep technologies, that is very disruptive and transformative. So it's not a stepwise change. It's a big change that has to happen in the skill sets. And earlier, when we are deciding about the skill mapping and what are the skill sets that the people need to be reskilled on, we always looked at adjacent competencies. But now, a lot of the competencies that many of the people have to build may not be that adjacent, right? If you are going to learn about AIML, if you are going to learn about blockchain, you have to have that open mind to learn it. It may not be similar to the technology that you are currently working on. So that's the first difference that I would like to point. Second is, like if you look at the overall reskilling thing, right, in the technology industry, it was always focused on technical skills. But right now, the way it is coming up, it's technology, plus the industry and the business understanding, plus the soft skills. Soft skills was there, but there has to be a lot of focus on that part. Because if you look at the point 2 and point 3, right, technology, yes, AIML, everything we'll learn, but we need to have the expertise of the industry, of the business to come up with real world applications. And for that, we need to have that creativity skills. We need to be problem solving. We need to have the emotional intelligence to enable that, yes, we are there. We need to understand what is the real world problems and how we are going to solve it. So that is the first thing you mentioned about. Second thing I wanted to capture is it's the entire ecosystem. Earlier, what was happening, Reskill as an organization, like we were taking up the Reskill initiatives, we are doing it. Right now, each part of the ecosystem has to understand that there's a big change which is happening and they have to update themselves. By ecosystem, I mean it's the university, it's the organization, it's the startup system, and it's the government. All of them have to be in sync and have to enable that, yes, our people are ready for taking up the deep technology work. Universities, Sunil touched about it, like what we need to do, like the industry, university partnership, changing of the curriculums. I don't want to go into detail into that. Organization, one big thing that I observe is, you would have heard about like digital strategy, business strategy, all those stuff, right? But right now for organizations, it's just a digital business strategy. That means what happens is when we are having the strategic objectives, we are having the goals. At that point of time, it has to be defined that what are the skills that the people in the organization have to develop. It should not be bottom up. It has to come top down from the topmost level. Because if you are going to cater to our 3-year plans and everything, we need to have reskilled people in the year. And unless there is organization support, we cannot go for the huge amount of investment which is required for reskilling. Because that's what also Sunil pointed out. There is a big investment. That's a big change. And the big investment cannot happen unless it is tied up with the strategic objectives and come from the top level that yes, reskilling is a must. Third thing I wanted to touch upon is the startup ecosystem. I mentioned that India is sixth in the overall ecosystems, right, across the world. But where that comes in is the startup. So the startup has to be linked with the industry to take up this deep technology, whatever we are trying to achieve. So one thing is reskilling and technology. Second is working together to ensure that yes, we have real world problems. We know how to come up with the solutions, use that technological knowledge and the business knowledge to make it happen. The final thing I would like to say about is the government, right? Because all these projects, when you look at the deep technologies, they have a long gestation period. And if you are going to invest, the results will come after 5, 10, you never know, right? It will take a lot of time. So there has to be a lot of government support. So when you look at reskilling, whether it's the government induced venture funds, whether it's government starting some deep tech policy, whether they're creating some national missions which is required for the quantum computing or for the like mobility space, they have to do all this. So what I wanted to point out is now if you are going to be there in the top among the deep tech ecosystems in the world, it has to all these 4 working together. Organizations alone cannot make it happen. Universities alone cannot make it happen. Government alone cannot make it happen. So it has to be all together, which will help the reskilling to be there and which will help our country to scale up to the highest level. So I think those are some insights.
That's wonderful. Thanks, Biswajit. So we spoke about awareness, then we touched upon education, learning and development and opportunities. Then we also moved to in terms of how do we convert this practically in terms of reskilling and helping people to get on board. So Daniel, my question to you is, while we have spoken in detail on all these 3 aspects, how much is the adaptation and absorption of this in organizations or in practical purpose? Can you please throw some light?
See, I'll first come from the students because majority are here. In the college that you're coming from or the organization you're coming from, so most of the organizations are working today, so they can't afford to come here and listen in such a conference. And even colleges that you're coming from, maybe there are several thousand college students, thousands of students studying, but you got the privilege of coming and sitting here and listening. That's where the learning starts, okay? And taking all the efforts, coming and sitting here and using your phone and not listening is not right. That doesn't help you to adopt, okay? So taking all these efforts, consciously working on it is what, you'll become a solution provider. Otherwise, you'll also become another number or a serial number. Okay, so how many of you heard about meetup.com? Meetup.com. Okay, so if you look around, can you keep your hands raised? Yeah. So now there needs to be, your antennas need to go up. What is meetup.com, right? See, where do you learn about all these new things? Where do you learn? Some answers? If you say YouTube, no, that is not the right place. Because at the same, based on your, whatever you've seen, same things are coming, that is not the right place. If you are a learner, if you wanted to adopt into the deep technologies or any new technologies coming in, start subscribing to meetup.com. Most of it is free, okay, meetup.com. Because the advantage of it is, sitting in your room, wherever you are, you will be able to take part in a conference like this, which is happening in Tel Aviv, which is happening in Germany, which is happening in Silicon Valley. And they are discussing what is coming tomorrow, what is coming next year, what is going to come next year, and so on. And that awareness part of it is, you need to know where to go to get that awareness. See, Umagine is 3 years old. Okay, I think in the last 3 years, it created a lot of synergy, thanks to government and the government policies. But finally, with everything, it is finally you who needs to take efforts. Okay, so the first thing I said was meetup.com. If you don't know what about it, go and learn about it. Subscribe to it, make some kind of a thing that at least 2-3 conferences in the area that you're interested in, you will participate and listen, which is very, very important, because the solutions that can be provided is humongous. And the world problem that you see, probably others are not seeing or not able to see. Then you are the solution provider, or you need to bring it up that this problem needs a solution, for which, so to get into, adopt into it, that is very, very important. Okay. Secondly, how India has become one of the 6th place in the world in all these technology solutions. Even before that, now in GCC and all the outsourcing world, how India is playing a major role. There is one thing called language, English. Okay, we have the advantage of English, thanks to whatever it is, the colonial thing, whatever. Finally we learned English. That has become a core skill for us to win business from the world where they need solutions. The same way, if you go to any South American country, the football players, the kind of quality of football players that they know that come from South America, we are not able to produce. Do you know why? Because from birth, they are touching football. Football is what they're doing. They're touching and touching. They're getting familiarized with football so much. So as Taiwan. In Taiwan, electronic industry is a cottage industry. Right? If you go to Sivagasi, if you have any relatives, if you go to their house, they'll be doing matchsticks in their house. Not in the industry, in their house. BD and the agarbatis, the crackers and all that, they do it in their house, which is called the cotton industry. Go to Tripur, you will see everything in their house, they'll be doing. Go to I come from Erode belt. In many of the times in our houses also, you see in-house, they'll be doing the towel, the points and all that is happening in the tree. We need to take it to a level where it becomes such familiarity to us so that we know what it is. Touching electronics, get familiar to it. When in engineering you started touching your electronic devices, in the lab, no, that is not the right place. It should be in your house. The familiarity means so much, so that the adaptation becomes so easily. And the deep technology and future, when we know it is a future, we should know that we know what it is, and we keep our mind open and create, making your mind learn, ready to learn is what the one skill I would say to future-proof yourself for these technologies.
Thanks, Daniel. So I'm going to touch upon a sensitive topic here now, because you also spoke about some government thing. So Lakshman, we are going to see in the future, there is going to be a scenario where you have, in a team of people, technology playing a major role and human beings also playing a role. So today, anything and everything in any organization, you have human element interfacing and delivering. Tomorrow, it's going to be technology delivering and human being supervising or whatever it is. So the more and more inclusion of this, as a regulatory framework, do you see it throws some challenges?
Yeah, I mean, as you were asking the question, I was thinking about a movie I watched maybe 25 years ago or maybe 30 years ago called Terminator, right? All of us must have watched that movie, and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sarah Connor, right? That's the lady in the movie. And it looks like Terminator and Sarah Connor is going to become real, right? And it's going to become real in our lifetime. It's going to be real perhaps in the next 12, 14 months. Perhaps it's already real in some other parts of the world, in Israel, in some other parts of the world, it's already real. So there's a new word, you heard about robots, and now you have a new word called cobots, right? So where you have humans and robots working together. And I think in some of the larger organizations, we have been able to already adopt those frameworks, and you have chatbots and cobots, and you have questions, nearly 80% of employee questions being responded by robots, and some of them getting directed to a human to respond because it's beyond the limitation of the AI or the neural network or the chatbot. And so it's very much real, and it's very much happening. And for all those students in this room, you will see that all happening as you get to work, right? And what regulations, right? I think there are tremendous amount of challenges. On one end, you will have, I saw, I think Sunil Bharti Mittal's video a few days ago where he said that somebody called his CFO, somebody like him called the CFO and said, please transfer a significant amount of money to some other location. Thankfully, that CFO was smart enough and he did not do. But he said that, those are the evils of AI, right? There are going to be many, many evils of AI, and most of us must have fallen victim to some form of scam, right? The scams, digital scams, is very much part of our everyday life, right? You or your family or your grandparents have fallen victim to scams. And the biggest threat that we find is in terms of data theft, right? The data identity, data privacy. And increasingly, there are several regulations. European Union has already put a very, very strong regulation. India is, hopefully we'll see some stronger regulation around data privacy, data protection. Very soon, several companies have already appointed data privacy protection officers. So it's some of the evils that we need to guard against, and the best form of guarding against, AI being used in the wrong manner is for us to be aware of it, right? For each one of us, right? We are educated, we must be aware how to validate, cross-validate. But in spite of all of these, while regulations will come, and especially in India, regulation may come, and it may come maybe a little later than sooner. But I think, at the end of the day, we must not forget that AI and deep technology and ML and all of that is required for the larger development of the nation, of the world. So we cannot say we will not use it because there are downside to it. So we have to learn to deal with the downside. Government will come up with regulations, but we have to become alert, agile. We have to train people around us, our families, against the evils of AI. Thank you.
Thanks, Lakshman. So, Sunil, before I close, I'm just going to ask you this one question. While we speak about all this stuff, so there should be an element of output. So how can we measure success when it comes to this emerging technologies?
Thank you, Karthik. This is a very important question. There is a saying that what gets measured gets done. So it is not a freebie. We are all investing time in this, resources into this. So it's important that we measure the outcomes also. It is okay to attend conferences. It is very much important to learn as a part of curriculum. It is important to kind of invest in peer-to-peer learning. But at the end of the day, it is equally important to measure the impact of our learning that is having on the enterprise goals and objectives. Now, there are various tools through which we can do that. And simple example is that when you have identified a project, you have identified how much resources is required for that project, what benefits this project is going to give over a period of time. That's a return on investment. So measure that return on investment. The second important measure of success is that what is the voice of your customers? How happy they are? How satisfied they are in terms of solving their business problems? That's another measure. The another measure is that how much demand is there for these knowledge projects. More projects are coming your way. It means that you are in the market, you are in demand. People are happy with the outcome that you have created. That's another measure of success. Then we look at, overall in terms of, how we are, when we create that capacity in the organization, there is a demand for those resources in other departments, internal mobility. Then there is a curiosity among employees, engagement among employees. They want to learn more. They want to contribute more to the organizational goals. So there is a retention. That's another measure of success. So in conclusion, I can say that it is not about how much training I have done. It is about how much transformation I have done as a part of my learning.
Thanks, Sunil. So we are almost on time. I'm going to kind of do a 30 seconds ask. I will finish, don't worry. Okay. 30 seconds ask from each of you. In your own perspective, where do you see the future is on this emerging technology? Lakshman, you want to go first?
Sure. No,
Just 30 seconds.
I wanted to add another point, but quickly, I think, for students in this room, I think there are two very important things that the government takes very, very seriously, right? One is skilling, and two is employability, right? We've been hearing about skilling and employability for the last 10 years. I'm extremely optimistic. I've been watching, whether it is the central government or whether it's the Tamil Nadu government. I think these two items have received tremendous amount of attention, and significant amount of investments are being done in terms of creating internship schemes, in terms of investment opportunities, in terms of providing training, in terms of providing learning. So there is a whole host of ecosystem changes that has happened. Tamil Nadu leads in that, right, in many ways, in terms of coming up with these internship opportunities and models. So all of you are in the right state, right place. All that is required is for each one of you to apply yourself, and you will be extremely successful. That's point one. Point two, I think, where do I see? I think I see a significant change in the next 10 years, right, in this country. Several economic parameters that Sunil spoke about are showing the right directions. And I think in 10 years, I think the changes that we will see in this country, in this state, will be 10 times more than what we saw in the last 20 years. That's what I can see. Opportunities will be significantly high. Living standards will significantly improve. That's what I can say.
Daniel?
Yes. Being part of a government program, I thought it will be appropriate to say, see, politically, in Tamil Nadu, we talk about two language policy, right? One language, mother language, another one is the connecting language. And we keep debating which is a connecting language, and we say only two and not three. But through one of the initiatives that I'm part of, yesterday we proposed to the minister, the honorable minister, that we should also have a three-language policy: a mother language, a connecting language, which is English, and also a third technology language, which will come from the school. So Tamil, English, and Python, or Tamil, English, and Go language, because the opportunity that is available in the world, if a government can come up with that, then familiarity becomes so easy that programming is in your mind from the beginning, from young ages. I think that is what, I wanted to conclude here as a proposal to the government. Yes.
Thank you.
I think this is real, as many speakers said. The opportunity is humongous. It is our responsibility, both from the corporate, government, academia, students, and professionals, to take this opportunity. There's a demand, and we have to work on the supply.
I think same thing I would like to repeat. It's the ecosystem. So nothing can perform independently. Government has to support. And the organization, academia partnership has to be very, very strong and very directed, even at curriculum development, working on real life solutions. It has to be a very integrated model that has to be taken forward.
Thanks, Biswajit. So closing. First, thanks to Biswajit, Daniel, Lakshman, and Sunil. It's wonderful. So I was just talking to my co-panelists and said, okay, there's a lot of students, population here and all that stuff. But I'm telling you, now I am honestly, sincerely convinced. I think this topic, this session the best benefactor is the students, because you guys are the future. And speaking to, hearing from all these people, if you go to their office, for you to meet with them, you need to go to 3-4 channels to even get an appointment, where they come on stage and they speak to you and they express, and it's, what I would say is, they've expressed themselves so very well that you all should feel inspired and look at in terms of the future as extremely prosperous for you. And it all in your mind, you need to put in the effort, you need to put in the commitment, and emerging technologies which keep evolving. If you want to run the race along with them, you need to be ready. If you don't want to run the race, absolutely fine, that's your personal choice. But the sharing what you people have done, it's amazing, awesome, and now really thankful for all your time, and I am very honored to be moderating this session, and wonderful working with you all. Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
You. Right, thank you so much, and the moderator and the speakers, requesting you to please stay back on the stage. And it was a very nice session, a very good panel discussion, very informative for each one of us. So ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause for the team, please? Now may I request Ms. Vishnupriya, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance, to felicitate our moderator and speakers here. So to felicitate Mr. Karthikeyan Selvaraj, CEO, Create Works Private Limited. And also requesting to pose for the photograph, please. And to felicitate our speaker, Mr. Sunil Kumar, World Bank. Can we give a big round of applause? Also to felicitate Mr. Yam Lakshmanan, CHRO, L&T. Requesting to felicitate Mr. Daniel Jacob, SVP, EC Group. Last but not least, requesting to felicitate Mr. Biswajit Panda, SVP, India Global Capability Center Head at Nielsen IQ. Yes, the group picture will definitely work. So thank you very much, speakers and the moderator, and also ma'am, requesting you to please post for the group photograph now. And ladies and gentlemen, and the students over here, the next session is going to be very interesting one. So now it's time for me to introduce the next topic for the panel discussion. Thank you. So, requesting the students to please stay back, because the next panel discussion on the topic, Beyond Chennai, Building Emerging Tech Hubs for Tamil Nadu's Next Wave of Growth. So the next panel discussion on the topic Beyond Chennai, Building Emerging Tech Hubs for Tamil Nadu's Next Wave of Growth. Now may I request the moderator, Mr. Manivannan JK, CEO, Desi Crew, to please join here on stage. So all the students and ladies and gentlemen, please give your big round of applause, please. We do have the fantastic moderator here for the next panel discussion. Mr. Manivannan JK is the CEO of Desi Crew Solutions Private Limited. Desi Crew is an IIT Madras incubated company creating meaningful careers for young women and men in small towns and villages of India. With its digital operations centers established in rural India, Desi Crew has demonstrated that world-class services can be delivered from Tier 2 and Tier 3 locations in India. Now may I request the speakers to please join here on stage. So now may I request Mr. Chandra Nandakumar, AVP, Delivery Head, Chennai Development Center Executive Council Leader, Infosys, to join the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a quick big round of applause, please? Mr. Chandra Nandakumar is a leader with excellent strategic and execution expertise of the digital transformation. Cloud initiatives currently play the role of global delivery head for the public cloud practice at Infosys. And now may I request Mr. Krishnamani, Honeywell Madurai site leader and director Honeywell, to please join the dais for the panel discussions. Mr. Krishnamani holds the position of Director for Honeywell Technology Solutions Lab Private Limited, Madurai, and leads the Global Sustainability Center of Excellence. Prior to that, he served as Senior Manager, Research and Development for the Hydroprocessing, Renewable Energy and Gas Processing Development Group in Honeywell Technology Solutions, Gurgaon. He has about 21 years of experience in refinery operations. Very glad to be meeting you here, sir. Let's give a huge round of applause to him, please. May I also invite Mr. Oliver Sam, Chief Human Resources Officer, VIDA, to please join here on the dais. Let's give a huge round of applause. He leads the global strategy and people function for VDOT group of companies. As a people leader, he is responsible for designing and executing the talent strategy, focusing on leadership, culture, ESG, and social impact. We are very glad that you people are here for us. Thank you so much. You can take over the stage.
Hello. Yeah, very good morning. Can all of you hear? Okay. Thank you very much for being here. And this is going to be an exciting topic for all of us. And for those, your student colleagues who are still having their coffee and tea, tell them Oliver is here. He's heading HR. So your prospects are much better if you are inside the auditorium than outside the auditorium right now. For the rest of the people, I'll just give you a brief context of what we're going to discuss. And then we'll let the panel take over. My name is Manivannan. I head Desi Crew Solutions. As she said, we are an IIT Madras incubated company. And our job has been to take jobs to where people are instead of making people move to where jobs are, which is a migration to large cities. We are 1,500 people strong and 70% of the workforce are women, where the industry aspires to be around 50%. The model has already shown that there is one element which we can outscore the big boys. Right? And this is not about Desi Crew. I'll come back to some of the elements of Desi Crew during the conversation. But I'm very happy to talk about the context of the topic. Right? We all talk about the development, career, jobs. And if you look at the capitalism in the world, there are alternate views which have emerged in the recent times, questioning even the liberalization. But now there is a common consensus across geographies about sustainability. So, and since I'm the moderator, you will have to bear with me because every time I'm going to talk, I'm going to bring a book. And it's not to promote the book, but to bring the concept and the relevance to us. There is a recent book which was released in last quarter. It's called The Frugal Economy. This author is Navi Raju. Navi is a celebrated author, thinker, management thinker, and he is in TN right now. And what he is arguing in that book, if you look at the sustainability part, people have talked about triple Ps. So we all know the people, planet, and the profit part. But interestingly, Navi is arguing in his world, there are three Ps, but it is not the profit, it is places. He calls it the locations are much more important for sustainability. And he's talking about a concept called triple regeneration, which is essentially how to preserve the unique culture, the local economies, along with the people and their habitats. And he's of course putting forward theory saying that the entire counties in US should start thinking about frugal economies, which means how to do more with less. The relevant for us is if you can replace the counties with districts for India, maybe that's a comparable number, right? So here we are here to talk about how do we ensure that the progress which is happening in large cities and as a country as a whole, how do we translate to the emerging hubs? And we have an excellent panel here today. Even from geography point of view, you will hear Madurai, you will have Trichy, you will have Coimbatore, and of course, I will tell you some of the locations a little later during the session. So that's the context for the day. Now I will request my panel to make an introductory remark on their organization a little bit and their personal background. And I'm also going to ask a question to each one of them so that you get the context of what they represent. I'll start with Chandra. So Chandra is from Infosys. So my question to Infosys is, it is fine for the state and for some of our believers to talk about emerging hubs and small cities. How does a global organization like Infosys look at emerging hubs when they have an option to open any delivery center anywhere in the world? That's my question, but Chandra can start with an introduction.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Good morning, a warm morning to all of you. Hope you are all doing well. This is Chandra Nadakumar. I'm based out of Chennai and I'm proud to be part of Infosys, which is a $19 billion organization. And it's almost 3.3 lakh people, employees. There are, the pulse or, the foundation in which we built this company. And again, out of which we have nearly 30,000 people are in Tamil Nadu, right? And which is cutting across our Infosys Sholinganallur campus, which is around 6,000 people. Then we have Mahindra City campus, is around 20,000 people. The rest of them in Coimbatore and a few other smaller offices. And it's almost 1.6 billion revenues come out of this state for the company on an annual basis. I think the beauty of this topic is, if I go and look at my annual report, right, I can give you some good numbers for you. Just across the globe, we have almost 27 locations, which are like tier 2, tier 3 locations we have set up. And within India, we have set up 8 locations. The reason we set up these locations was primarily after COVID, people are struggling to come back to the main centers, right, where they join. So we built satellite offices in locations like Hubballi, Vizag, Coimbatore, Nagpur, Indore, and so on, right? So there are such 8 locations. And again, within Tamil Nadu, we set up Coimbatore, and Coimbatore has around nearly 2,600 people. Recently, we opened an additional campus too. That's also quite thriving. I want to keep some of this top, responses quite crisp so that, we cover all our panelists, and I'm giving it back to the moderator so that we can continue this dialogue. Thank you.
How do you compare these centers you mentioned, centers outside?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think it's about comparing these centers with the other hubs globally. See, the global hubs, we have multiple hubs in the US, right? Again, we didn't go into the tier 1 major cities. We set up hubs in locations like Phoenix, Hartford, Richardson. These are all not like tier 1 cities. These are tier 2 cities. So the way in which we set up hubs are like we didn't go for the senior most people. We would have kept a very lean senior team. And we looked for partnering with the local colleges, like community colleges, arts and science colleges or design colleges. And we created pathways or apprenticeship programs for these colleges, right? So this is not like, we felt that there is a recent phenomenon that you don't need a degree, right? You need skills. So in the concept of workforce and workplaces, we feel that the talent, if they're given an opportunity, even if they don't have a degree, through this practical exposure, they can be equivalent to a degree after some experience. That's how we designed this pathways, so working with these community colleges. And that's a huge experience for us because that can be easily replicated in these locations. Interestingly, in Coimbatore, for example, when we acquired a startup called Scava long back, right, the base for that company was in Coimbatore. Interestingly, they did some very, very fantastic one in e-commerce, right, when we acquired this company. So using that capability, that was our linchpin or the foundation on top of which we scaled up Coimbatore. And interestingly, post-COVID, many of the folks with their native or, their families back in the Coimbatore, they wanted to settle back, right? So we kind of connected the dots, synergized and scaled up that actually. So the takeaway for just summary-wise, the partnership with the academic institutions, how we creatively come up with new programs, not just look at standard engineering colleges, look for other colleges. That is number one. Second is people who have industry experience, if they want to work closely with their parents, with their family, they want to go back to the roots. How do you find those talented individuals who go and lead, become leaders, right, for the next generation and cultivate talent in their locations? Those are the two takeaways. Hope that helps.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
So my question to you, Krishna, while you talk about the Honeywell and the Madurai Center, I want to go back in time and see when the decision was made from the Honeywell side to go to Madurai, the context and why, because this is 20 years long. We are now talking about the emerging hubs, but 20 years back, somebody made a decision to go to Madurai. We'd like to hear from that.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. It's indeed a pleasure for me to address this panel. So first, I would like to thank the Umagine organizers for giving this opportunity, and also for Honeywell to give me this opportunity to represent and talk about our story. So just to give you a background, Honeywell in India is operating in approximately 19 locations. In fact, I was telling earlier to our co-panelists that we came to India 100 years before. So when the first refining operation came for producing petrol, diesel in 1900s early, so the Honeywell process was deployed to basically crack crude oil to produce those fuels. So that's how we started the journey. But in terms of engineering capability, Honeywell came to India roughly 30 years back in Bangalore. In fact, coincidentally, we just celebrated 30 years of operation in India a month back. And then in Madurai, we came approximately, as sir mentioned, about 20 years back, or to be precise, 22 years. So I would like to share a very interesting story. So one of our founding father of Honeywell Technology Solution in India, Dr. Krishna, he was actually, the anecdote is like he was traveling between Kanyakumari to Bangalore, and then in the train, and when he was passing through the Madurai region, he found a lot of students getting into the train, getting off in different stations, and then he started having a very good conversation to understand what they do. And he came to understand that most of the students were studying engineering, and then they were actually going to colleges. And then during the conversation, he asked, like, what are you planning to do after your engineering? So many of them said, like, we have planned to go either to Chennai or to Bangalore. And that's how, when the kind of he felt some kind of a thought that, okay, there is a huge talent. So this is a magnet, and why can't we just go and get attached to this magnet? And why don't we start something in this region, because we have huge pool of talent? Because he could get the feel about with the conversation about the capacity of the talent to deliver for his objectives. So that's how Honeywell set up its first campus in Madurai as a part of Tyagaraja College of Engineering. So we were part of that institute. We started our office, and we were mainly focused during that time on training engineers. That's how we started. But then, as any company, we started evolving in our engineering journey. We started first doing some software code testing, and then slowly started progressing towards making software which actually goes in developing a product. So that's the next phase of our journey was. As we started maturing in that, we went to the next phase where we started developing the software which goes into the product as a service, right? So that's how we went into that space. Meanwhile, we started adding some horizontal capabilities like enterprise IT, PLMs. We also started adding some capabilities in cybersecurity. And then very recently, we added capability on sustainability. So sustainability, when you say it comes in multiple varieties, one is product stewardship, one is sustainability engineering. How do you design a product which itself is sustainable in the long run in terms of reducing the global environmental impact like climate change or maybe global warming, ozone depletion. So how do you have a seemingly known product, but what is the sustainability story around it? Can we validate it? That's how we started that center. So we are on that path, and primarily we serve 3 market segments from our Madurai office. So one is the aerospace. We also focus on the security piece of the buildings, which includes intrusion control, access control, and so on and so forth. And as I said, the other 2 pieces, which is much more horizontal, like enterprise IT and sustainability. So very happy with operating from that space.
Thanks a lot, Krishna. It's very interesting that we heard from 2 large corporations, Infosys and Honeywell. Now we would like to go to another inspiring story. They started from Trichy. So Infosys and Honeywell went from the large cities to Coimbatore and Madurai. They started from Trichy, went the other way around. They are headquartered in Atlanta today. And starting, as they call it, from the terrace with 5 people, now they become a global corporation. I'm inviting Oliver to share that story. But the question to Oliver is, other than the passion they had, the founders had for Trichy, what else did you choose Trichy for?
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mani sir. So first of all, just to quickly introduce, I'm the CHRO and the Chief Strategy Officer for the VDAT group of companies. This is a topic I'm truly passionate about, so I'm very excited to be here and talk about it. Specifically with the fellow panelists, what Honeywell has done for Madurai and what Infosys has done for Coimbatore and other regions. And specifically, Mani himself has done tremendous work in Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, like you can't even imagine the kind of work he's done. So very special to share the stage with them. I think VDAT group of companies, for us to simply put, Trichy is a hero of our journey. So this is our 15th year in Trichy, and we are based out of Atlanta, but our global operations and global capability center is based out of Trichy. And we look at talent and operations and growth in a very different view, because if you want to stay invested in a Tier 2 or a Tier 3 city, I think how we focus on talent, how you focus on people and process is very, very different. In 2018, the very first time we were talking to IIM, and IIM Trichy was like really surprised to see how we scaled up our global operations out of Trichy. And in fact, there's a case study with Harvard Business Review. You can actually go back and read that. It talks about growth of VDOT. Featured in Harvard Business Review. So I'm very, very passionate about this, and I'm very glad to share the stage. Let me know if there is anything. So I think the most important reason is, so if you look at a very objective view of Trichy, right? I think one, there is a very strong educational infrastructure with Trichy. So IIM, BIM, NIT is there. You have 100 different colleges in and around Trichy, which is very, very important, number one. Number two, I think the quality of life. Overall, if you look at Bangalore, Hyderabad, any of the major cities, there is an immense stress on infrastructure overall, real estate, your power, your water. There's a lot of issues when it comes to infrastructure. So cities like Trichy doesn't have that problem. So I think it's very, very important. Overall, if you look at the literacy rate, it's more than 95%. Very, very diverse set of people. Trichy I've seen in terms of people who can speak multiple languages, right? So it shows how diverse the city is. And the most important reason is we love the city.
I think that's a good enough reason for all of us. Thanks to all the panelists. Now it's time to introduce some of the locations which I mentioned earlier. So Desikru works out of the small towns and villages beyond even the cities we mentioned right now. We have delivery centers in Kollumangudi near Mailadurai, and we have Tugunaikan in Erode district. If some of these names are sounding a little strange to you, get used to it, because we got used to Phoenix, Hartford, Connecticut, and all of that. So it's high time we got used to all these names as well. And more about the work later. So let's move on quickly to the next rounds. I think some of the panelists already covered during their introduction. It's about the talent, right? So a lot of stats are getting published. At NASSCOM, there is a report which is talking about the emerging hubs. They've analyzed the number of colleges, number of graduates, and all of that. All that is available for all of us. But that's not going to be enough. We need to understand how the performance or high performers are going to be coming from the emerging hubs. Chandra did mention about a very nice statement. I'm repeating it for emphasis. It is skills, not degrees. So that's time to introduce the next book I mentioned. So there is a book called Rise of Creative Class. This is a little dated, but the concept is very simple. They are also arguing the same thing. It is not degree. It is about people who can create human ability to create new things, new ideas, new technologies. That I can vouch coming from these areas, that we have abundance in these areas. The question is, how do we aggregate and how do we harness that? So I want my panelists to respond to the question about, can these emerging hubs match the rest of the world in terms of their ability? So there is a term which we now use in the industry. It's called talent density. So it's not about the number of people per city. It is about the density of high performers within the organization. So I want my panelists to quickly respond, maybe take 1 or 2 minutes. How do they see the talent density, which is the aggregation of high performance coming from these emerging hubs? Chandra?
Thank you, sir. I think, see, I'll tell you an anecdote from my experience. See, one of the CTOs who came for our meeting the teams in one of our large locations. I don't want to name the location. People with that location might feel bad. So he was a very hardcore technician, right? He's a technologist and he's a CTO. And, he kind of came and did grill the team in terms of how quickly they can create a code, right? It was not in the AI days. It was not in the code generation days, those days, few years ago. The team in this one of the tier 1 locations, they are all used to certain ways of working. They take time, and it was not the client was not impressed, right? So the same client went to another location. So I flew with them to the other tier 2 location, and the tier 2 location didn't have the kind of huge number of people, but they had few beachheads or few smart folks, right? So quickly impress the customer with their skill sets. Right. So it's not about the quantity of the people, it's more about the skill sets, the depth, especially in technology, how the person is very hands-on, right? How he is closer to the code and various attributes in an application or a product. So that is where that individual expression, in fact, the client was questioning us why you couldn't replicate this from the smaller location to the other location, right? So if you see many of these tier 2 locations, there are a lot of innovation around products, deep tech, engineering. They're doing that because there is also less distractions for them and there is a lot more ability to innovate, right? That's another observation. I think the larger experience we are seeing is, when we have more customers visit those locations in those tier 2 locations, the value that these locations can offer could be much more, right? I think it's one is a technology ability to do coding, come up with newer products, newer use cases. The other is the exposure to the customers. So it has to both have to join forces. I think that's how I would put it. While the capability and technology depth is there, and if we expose those tier 2 locations, the teams to the customers will come up with newer problem statements. So these tier 2 talents could solve those problems, gain confidence, and go to the global stage. That's how I would put it. Yeah, back to you.
Fantastic. Krishna?
So when it comes to us, right, as I mentioned in my earlier round, the talent was the magnet that actually brought Honeywell to Madurai. But having said that, Honeywell is also focusing on how to create a structured talent management system in place. So I'll give you 3 examples through how we actually do, right? So number 1, we have something what we call it as a value-added course or some kind of a industry university connect program, wherein we take some topics of recent interest, like for example, advanced air mobility, sustainability, and then we partner with local universities and then offer this course. So what happens is it's about a 12-hour course, and our experts from our center partner with the professors, go and teach it. So it serves multiple purpose. It gives a perspective to the students about what are the industry or practitioners' view of the subject. Not only from academic perspective, they are able to learn it. So that's one thing we do. So this actually helps us to create a talent workforce which is aligned to our trends. So that's number one. The second thing that we do is we take some industry problems and then kind of convert that into a problem statement and run some hackathons with the different universities around us. So again, this is another opportunity where we could see students in live action, and it also gives them an exposure about how their academic knowledge can be used for solving some real world industry challenges, right? So, and these are done for 2 days. Sometimes it's run on a 48-hour cycle. So it gives them a lot of exposure, and we just don't look only at the technical merit of the solution. We also look at it from a industrial adaptability perspective, how far the adoption can happen this solution. So this gives a different perspective to students. So that way we also try to bring that feel to the student community. The third one, we have a global CSR program. Honeywell Hometown Solution is a corporate sustainability program. Through the ICT Academy, we have partnered with them, and then we in fact launched through the Honorable Minister for IT, 5 sustainability centers of excellence with the Madurai Kamaraj University. So since we are a global sustainability center of excellence operating out of Madurai, one of its kind in the entire world for Honeywell, with that domain knowledge, we actually have created in partnership with ICT Academy, and 5 universities we got and gave that training. So this way, not only engineering, these universities are not from engineering, they are from science and arts background, and they are actually learning it. And through this, we try to address 3 things. One, from students' perspective, get a feel about what's happening, the latest things. Second, for the universities, it gives them a good rapport with the companies, and then able to use it as an opportunity to create internship opportunities, even their job opportunities. And third, from our perspective, we are able to give back to the region where we are operating. We are operating from Madurai region, and we just love to do our small thing to the region. So that's the way we try to be a champion of talent management in that region.
Thanks, Krishna. Oliver?
Thank you, Krishna. So I think we have a slightly different view on this in terms of we approach this tierless. And the reason is it takes one company, one leader to actually believe in a city. So we need Sridhar Vembu or a Siddha Ahmed to create what we have created over a period of time. But if we want to really set up and scale in a tier 2 city, I think talent is the most important element to it. And we do it in different ways. One, I think there is a tremendous amount of learning opportunities what we create. First of all, internally. Okay, we are talking about, so last year we launched a leadership mentoring program called Propel, where me and the CEO, we actually picked up 15 leaders who will actually run our global capability center in the next 5-7 years, right? I see this is most important when it comes to the commitment to talent development, number one. Number two, externally, we also partnered with IM for a course for our leaders, specifically even for our women leaders. So we picked up 25 promising women leaders from Trichy, and they went ahead and attended a 3-day workshop with IM. And our focus was, in fact, IM Trichy did not have a curriculum then. So we roped in curriculum from Harvard and from Stanford and different regions, and we helped them co-create the curriculum for that program. Number 3, I think we truly believe in home birds. So if somebody is from Trichy and they're moving from US to Trichy or Dubai to Trichy, we will latch on to them, right? And I have some best guys like, so they're from IBM, from Capgemini, from our sustainability leader, she worked in UN for some time. Our head of operations, he worked for IBM for some time. So it's very important to look at who can bring talent to the table. I think there are different views in terms of how we can scale up talent. And what we have learned is over a period of time, the template what worked for larger cities doesn't work for tier 2. Okay, and this has to be a disproportionate focus. I'm very glad that VDAT as a company focuses on talent development, so we were obviously able to scale up. This is not a satellite center for us, right? So this is our global capability center. Our marketing, branding, our ESG, our culture, our HR, everything runs from Trichy for us. So
I think Oliver has already given a lot of recommendations to government and everybody in this speech. We'll come to it, but it's very interesting. He mentioned about the home birds concept. When we started, we couldn't attract talent from the large cities to move to smaller locations. Still, it's a challenge for us because 15 years back, it was not even a concept which anybody believed. Of course, the clients believe, that's why we are here. But I used to tell my HR team at that time that our recruitment strategy or the ads should be in the railway stations and the airports of the large cities. Because the same concept, people who have come, every Monday they're landing up in the cities for their job. When they see that there is an option there, they'll go back. Of course, now we have people from the large corporations working with us. Thanks for that, Oliver.
Just wanted to quickly add a thing. So we were talking, me and Krishna were talking in the speakers lounge about home birds. Right then, Kritika from NASCOM sent me a resume. Somebody's from Trichy, do you want to consider? So I think how we build a brand around the company is very, very important so that people know that for VDAT, Trichy is the hero of their journey.
Thanks. So we'll quickly move to the next topic, which is also related. It's not about the talent. I think at least the panelists are very convinced that talent is there and the density is also there. It is also about creating the ecosystem and ensuring that the clients, the investors, and the rest of the stakeholders also buy into this concept. So we're going to deep dive a little bit on that part. Here, my reference book would be a book called Progressive Capitalism. This is by Ro Khanna. He's one of the Indian origin senator, where he's arguing even for US, the development is largely located in the coastal cities. We know the East Coast, West Coast, all the cities by names. But his argument is, how do we translate this into benefit to rural America, right? So his thought about is, how do we translate this? I think that's highly relevant for us. Even our coastal cities are the big ones, except maybe the Delhi ones. So here, I would request the panel to talk about one or two key things which they require to change in the ecosystem. They've already talked about collaboration with the existing universities, teaching IIMs a 2-hour thing. So all that is already happening from the panel, but I would like to have a general suggestion. What do we expect the ecosystem to support with? Krishna, maybe we can start with you this time.
Sure. So I think one of the few things when someone comes to an emerging tier, right, they look for an ecosystem wherein they can kind of plug and play. So just to draw a parallel, right, if you want to set up an industry, we have this industrial complex where the utilities, so on and so forth, everything is there. You just go and starts working, right? So similarly, drawing that to a software base, right? You need to have that kind of a ecosystem. So thanks to the government, I think ELCOT and tidal parks are coming up across different cities, like be it in Thoothukudi or it in Tanjavur or Tirunelveli. So that actually brings good, like you don't need to worry about whether you need to have an office, you need to have a permit, you need to have who is going to run my HVAC, right? So those things are cleared. So that's a great initiative by the government, right? I would say. So that is still there in many of the different tier cities. The second part is with respect to how do you build the professional rapport? Because once you have a team working there, you are going to have, like, for example, we are operating for 22 years. Many of our senior leaders who are here, actually, they have been in the company for 22 years. They know they own the design of certain key products. To have a good professional rapport, they need to have someone who they can approach on a weekend to talk, right? So that is where the professional bodies come in. So for Madurai, we do have CAA. So CAA does quite a bit of activities around. So I think maybe NASCOM or others, if they start coming in and start bringing that thematic conferences, right, bringing people across different location, it actually creates a good buzz because you kind of start engaging and have those conversations. This will reassure people that, okay, I'm not kind of left behind or anything in this location, right? So I think these are the two things just want to share from my perspective. Oliver?
I'll start off with talent, actually. So if the colleges can really truly double down on how they invest on training people, I think that is number one help we can definitely get. Number two, I'll take a quick analogy of So in 2009, in TCS started the first ever US delivery center in Cincinnati. So I was part of that core team which set up and scaled up the team. And we had promised 1,000 jobs with the governor of Ohio. And there were like payroll subsidies and grants, and there was a lot of things which really attracted us to Cincinnati as a location. So I think a government can come up with grants like that, where if you're investing in tier 2, there are opportunities for us to really see a true leverage across the board. So that is something we can definitely do. And most importantly, to keep the conversation very active. NASCOM, CII, it's important to keep continue to talking about what we can do for tier 2, showcase the success stories of VDOT and Honeywell and other companies where we can where more people want to really move to tier 2. I think these 3 things will really help us.
Yeah, I think that's a good thought. Before I hand over to Chandra, I'm just reminded our own journey, because when we started, when we used to go and tell the clients we are looking in villages and all of that, people thought we are some CSR organization. And of course, for a long time, we didn't make profit. So people, they're justified saying that we are a non-profit. But more importantly, when the conversation started talking about the seriousness of the objective, then Accenture, who coined the term called impact sourcing. So anybody and everybody, including the socially, economically disadvantaged communities, are clubbed together. So since we are talking about remote, we got clubbed there. So at least there was a title. So we used to get invited for NASCOM events and many of the events, but we'll be given some 17th row in the last day when nobody is there in the hall, right? From there, we are now into the mainstream. I'm wearing moderating. It tells you that the seriousness in the environment. Just want to add that a bit. I'll give it to Chandra.
Yeah, I think, see, if you really look at it as a pyramid, right, the foundation is, the kind of infrastructure for that from that location in terms of roads and so on. The airport connectivity could be a very important thing, right? We may underestimate it, but many of our clients do not want to take too many hops, for example, right? So your target clients. That is one. From a social infrastructure standpoint, right? When somebody wants to move, they want their kids to study in decent schools with good boards like a CBSE and so on. And then the health facilities, right? So with hospitals, with the ability to take care of various ailments and all the equipments and advanced care, right, with the specialists. So that's another thing. And luckily in Tamil Nadu, we have that luxury, right, where we have one of the best medical facilities across all locations, even in tier 2 locations. Right. And another thing is interesting thing is the green power, right? Green power, if you really look at it, I don't know how many of you know this, Tamil Nadu ranks in the top 2 in the green power area, right? Be it the windmill or, all the sustainable energy generation, green energy, Tamil Nadu in the top 2. Right? That's a huge thing, because today the customers are looking at states, corporations which focus on green energy. So how do you make sure that you attract, to those locations where green energy is entertained, right? So, and there's a huge selling point for Tamil Nadu. In fact, as more and more AI training happens, right, using the models, the data centers are going to consume a lot of power. So the states that are superior is going to attract a lot of talent. So the tier 2 locations will have a huge advantage in this. So finally, the individuals who come in should have a social life, right? You should, and we are partnering with the government, and government is also putting in place a lot of steps in terms of recreational places to hang out. Jogging track may be underestimated, but could be a great place for networking, parks and so on, right? Interestingly, I lived in Chandigarh for 2 years. It's way back, 15 years back. That was one of the Lee Corbusier, one of the French architect, which developed the city, first modern city developed in India by Jawaharlal Nehru. And interestingly, that city has a unique concept. Each sector had a park, a place of worship and shops to go back. Right, so you have to think through those locations with that kind of a foundational model, step by step, layer by layer, put in place these building blocks. That's how I would summarize it. Back to you, sir.
It's a fantastic thought, Chandra. Just to quickly respond to your the infrastructure, which will come first? Will the clients come after the infra setup, or will the clients or the organization drive the ecosystem? We don't have to go beyond what has happened already. The Silicon Valley, which we know, is actually a valley of oranges. If you read Grapes of Wrath or any of those American classics, they really describe the Silicon Valley which we don't know today. right? And closer home, Bangalore. I mean, many of us would know because this happened in our times, how Bangalore was in the early days. So I think we have a lot more headway compared to many of these, given the ecosystem which is already there. What we certainly need is a strategy, which is where we are going to go to the final version. We'll have one round on strategy. And here the reference book is the classic, The Art of War, right? Two things, being proactive and knowing your competition. This is what the book kind of summarizes. I think for us who represent the emerging hubs in TN and we want the hubs to grow, it's important to know what that is in our context, right? So this round, I'm requesting the panelists to give me a strategy. If you were, not just for the government, it's not only the recommendation to the government. If we were to be looking at emerging hubs to go beyond even the Trichis and Madurais, right? What would be the best strategy? And a couple of minutes each, then we will start off. Chandra, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think the strategy, it's about talent. Again, when you center on the talent, it's people is the first thing, right? So you partner with the institutions, right? That's very important. The supply chain of talent, right? How do you get back talent, which is the experience in the industry? So who can communicate with the customers with conviction. So how do you partner, make sure that the inflow of talent is there in terms of partnering with colleges, creating pathways for coming up with certification programs, skilling degrees, which are kind of acknowledged or stamped by a UGC and so on, right? So how do you do that? That's one very important topic. So the second aspect is the clients in terms of the business inflow, right? Either you should be a product company or a services company. If it's a product company, you have to sell the product. That's a different ball game. But if you're in a services organization, so you have to look for business. So you should have a sales and marketing. You should invest, make sure that the pipeline is there, invest in branding and marketing. So that is one important aspect. The second is on the technology. So you should have a USP for that location, right? So which technology, today AI is there everywhere. So AI is a good thing to put your bets on, right? So in terms of code assistance, for example, it's a great opportunity because coding assistant can improve your productivity, for example. So look for your USP in that location based on the, kind of exposure. For example, Mr. Krishna has chosen sustainability with Madurai, right? Like that, choose the right skill sets from a technology standpoint. Third is on the ecosystem strategy, again, working with stakeholders, working with government, departments like LCOT, IT Ministry, and so on, working with the local corporations, making sure the facilities are there, working with private investors, right? They could be willing to invest in building some schools and hospitals and so on. So how do you proactively work with all of them, right? That's how I would put it in terms of summarizing it, right? Talent, clients, technology, skill sets, and lastly, the ecosystem. Yeah, back to you, sir.
So that's very good. And one of the things he mentioned about is promotion or the marketing part. Tirunelveli is not represented in the panel today, but you know that there's a lot of entrepreneurs in Tirunelveli who got together. And I think they've even developed a site called Telecon Valley or something to get the attraction. But that's an excellent example where we are not really waiting for things to happen, but we are interested in making things happen. So just wanted to share with you. We'll now go to Oliver and Krishna. I will also want to be a little brief, so that last few minutes we'll take questions from the audience because it's going to be boring. I know how boring my lecture is.
So first of all, my grandfather is from Tirunelveli, so if that helps, there is some representation in the panel. So I think the first thing, if somebody is looking at moving to a tier 2, I think we should believe in the city. I think we have always celebrated people who have come from Trichy and Madurai. They've gone and done great things outside the city. I think it's time for us to believe in the city now. We believe the people, we have to believe in the city. From a strategy standpoint, I think 3 things we need to look at: work, workforce, and workplace. Choose the right work. What kind of work you want to do from your tier 2? Is it based on the talent? Look at app dev, look at different kind of technology, what really suits you. Choose the right work. Number 2, workforce. We already spoke about talent, disproportionately focus on talent. How can you build it? Take the help across the board from the ecosystem, your colleges, your NASCOM, your CII, So I think everybody is ready to help us. And the third one is about the workplace. The real estate, make sure we build, the customers should be convinced that this is a place the work can be delivered. Whether it's about ODC setup or security, just make sure that if you invite the customer, they should be convinced that this is a place we should actually deliver the work from. So if you look at all these three things, I think you have a great strategy to start with.
Thank you. So what I would recommend is, especially if you're a global company and then you are going to set up a hub, right, in one of the emerging cities, I think you should have a anchoring COE or some kind of a thing which should be independent of other locations, right? So for example, in Madurai, we have a Global Sustainability Center of Excellence. So this is an independent organization which directly reports to our corporate headquarters in Charlotte. So this actually provides core on which you can build ecosystem around it. So that's one strategy which I can share, like to have a more sustenance perspective, how you can grow a tier 2 or an emerging hub. The second point is we also need to understand that we should little bit, there is especially at the leadership level, at the decision making, we should not think that, okay, if you go and put it in Madurai or Trichy, how it will be, right? We should be ready to challenge, right? As Mani mentioned, right? In the early 90s, many American companies came and looked at, or many, not in America or Europe, in whatever countries, right? So when they looked at the infrastructure, if they would have thought about it, hey, whether they will be able to deliver, today we won't have many of this industry that we are today talking about, right? So as a leadership position, we should not be afraid or shy away and say whether this will happen or not, right? You should be taking that bold call to do. And there are enough examples, right? May not be, the IT was not there in Sivakasi, Virudhunagar area 60 years back. The Sivakasi industry is well known for many of the world famous cracker industry, or it be in printing industry, right? Or it in the edible oil processing, right? So those were entrepreneurs. The entrepreneurial mindset is there in that region, right? So it's just that it didn't happen in software. So we should believe in the talent and go and do, and you will never repent. That's all I can say.
So that's also a very good thought, Krishna. See, one is the ecosystem trying to come together and deliver. But one of the things which I would like to share, for a long time, we used to believe that we should first talk about who we are, where we are coming from, and that will be our calling card, right? Then we realized that customers are not really that worried about where we are, as long as you are talking relevance to them. So one of the things which we've now done in our own organization, we've named our centers. Instead of the locations which I named, we now have a Center for Computer Vision in TN Even the name board has changed, because then it brings in a lot of passion for the people to learn, and they're not looking at, okay, we are in emerging place and all of that. They're looking at the customers, right? We have a Center for AI in the Kolumagadi Center. So that's one thing which you are saying, that the relevance to the market is going to override everything, which is also going to bring whatever the benefits which we are aiming for. So that's my summary, and we will now be open for questions. We have another 8 minutes to go. Yes, sir. Oh, we need a mic. My request is just please be brief with the question. You can tell us whom you want to answer.
Sure. My name is Manivannan. I'm from the UK. I'm just visiting, so I just using the opportunity to come and hear of the sessions. The question is around some of the technologies that we have around AI. We know AI is just an enabler. It will essentially, the business value is important. How do you, from your tier 2 cities, how do you bring that value to the clients? How do you say that don't need to worry about where we are located? We still have the people who can still deliver that business value to all of your customers. How do you instill that? You already sold the story, but how do you, in the present circumstances with the technologies that we have, how do you sell that story again?
Address?
I can take the question. Just briefly, I can give a perspective quickly. So I think one of the things we were talking about, workforce and workplace, I think it is important to tell the customers, see, customers' trust in scaling up tier 2 is very, very important, right? So having the right set of security protocols. And I just remember when you asked this question, so we delivered for one of the Fortune 5 companies, the world's largest automotive companies, and part of the team is based out of Trichy, right? And how you create the distributed workforce is very important. So the product development is done from Belgium. We have a team in Atlanta, and the Scrum and the BA team is based out of Trichy, right? So there is no way we can go to the customer and say that we might not deliver something because of tier 2, right? So it should be a compelling case study what we create and we go to the customer. And sometimes it takes time. Only if you deliver, you can build the trust with the customer.
Just want to add a point to that, especially on the AI part, right? So there's definitely a debate largely about AI is going to diminish jobs or create more jobs. We had a similar debate even when computers were introduced, automation came in. So there is no real answer which we know today. But the way we responded is to look at this as an opportunity. So coming back to AI specifically, yes, does AI will automate many things to make the process more efficient, but it also opens up an opportunity. For example, today the entire AI is moving to agentic AI and voice-based comprehensions and all of that. If you were to imagine in Indian context, it would mean not just the 22 languages, but including dialects. And there is no product which is going to address it tomorrow. Siri is not going to talk in Bhojpuri tomorrow morning for sure. But there is a huge opportunity in that journey, whether it is training data sets, whether it's building models, algorithms, which you can only do, which we can only do. You cannot get a Godavari Telugu from other than that place, right? So there's an opportunity. I'm sure that's how we'll respond. Thank you. Can we have some more? Any other questions? Yeah, please, sir. No, they won't ask.
Yes, sir, we're very well convinced. We are all in favor of beyond Chennai approach. Maybe, but it's not any question, sir, to your question that what are the strategies that we can recommend to build emerging technologies in the beyond Chennai? One suggestion is like you imagine 2023, 2024, 2025, we are still sitting in Chennai discussing about beyond Chennai. Maybe in front of your business icons like you sits, maybe a recommendation is maybe you can discuss with the decision makers, and if you imagine happens beyond Chennai, that itself is a big strategy to start with. So.
Thank you very much, sir. I think this will put us a spotlight in everything, but I would request everybody is listening, whoever the decision makers. And no, I think a lot of people, leaders have done it. You would have seen even some of the chief ministers taking their cabinet to small towns in Andhra, Bihar. So there are examples in doing that. In fact, within NASSCOM, we were trying to host a conference simultaneously in all these 4 cities. They've done, the NTC is now happening in 10 cities, but it's in a sequence. So we were trying to see whether Trichy, Madurai, all of them host something at the same time, which would be a message by itself, because we would certainly need, I'm sure 25 will meet there then. Sorry, 26. Any more questions? Anybody? All comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you, panelists. Very inspiring. My question is around the actual concept of growth, right? So if you look at why companies set up centers, global centers in India, the generic assumption is cost, right? And generally speaking, most organizations go to tier 2 and tier 3, probably because Chennai has been saturated from a cost perspective, and then cost is the only value that you look at, right? So since we're looking at a complete ecosystem, what other ways that we can think of in terms of delivering value apart from being cheaper and cost effective?
Anybody? Yeah, sure.
So yeah, you're right. Like so, cost arbitrage is one thing which usually is a decision factor to move, like even from US to India, right? But as you know, right, over 3 decades of operation, that alone cannot sustain an organization, because there are other regions which will also kind of start competing at that price point. So, and the jobs may shift, and that hasn't really happened, because as an industry, if you look at last 30 years, we are able to bring some value, right? The same logic applies to tier 2, right? One of the unique thing that I was mentioning in the earlier panel discussion was like, if you are operating from tier 2, you are in a very vantage point to understand the needs of the region, actually, right? So sitting in Chennai, you may not know what the real needs are in other part of Tamil Nadu, right? Or maybe in other part of India, right? So if you are having an operation there, you can understand the local needs, and there could be many things could be served, right? Just to give an example, right? Today, if you travel in any Bharat Benz bus which travels between, let's say, Trichy to Chennai or Madurai to Chennai, you see the amount of sensor and automation in the driver's cockpit. It looks more like an aircraft cockpit than a bus, right? So much development has happened, right? So how this would have happened is because there is some thought process going on that, okay, even the transportation is not just aerospace, right? It's local, right? There is railways, there is bus. So if you can actually, by being in these emerging regions, if you can understand the business needs, we could deploy AI, we could deploy cybersecurity, we could deploy sustainability, and create a very unique value and create more business opportunities that is not even unraveled, unearthed, and we could address that. So that's a very strong USP apart from cost for emerging regions, I would say.
No, one point, last point I want to close, at least from an Infosys standpoint. See, while till the time the tier 2 center set up, right? For example, one of our campuses in Mahindra City. So what we are doing is we are trying to attract talent around the tier 2 locations, right, to this Mahindra City, and later when the tier 2 locations get set up, we are willing to move them. So that's how we set up Coimbatore, for example. Nearly 1,000 people from Mahindra City moved there. So one of the idea is to attract talent in and around Mahindra City to hire them there. And future, as we set up tier 2 locations, we give them priority to move to closer to their native place. There's another strategy I just wanted to highlight. Thank you.
No, I feel first of all it's changing. I don't think it's a cost arbitrage anymore, because 10 years ago I don't think anybody believed that we will build products in India. Today, Tamil Nadu is the SaaS capital of the world, right? So things are changing definitely. And even if you look at the GCC trends, right, I think the value what we are generating is more from research and digital engineering, just not captive units. So absolutely, it's a good starting point. But I think we will see far more strategic work getting for us in India. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to add one last point for you and for the session. There is also a big drive for large corporations about the ESG matrix, right? So I was telling with the panelists that today when you are starting up these centers, we have an opportunity to redesign the entire opportunity in a way it will be more sustainable, whether it is local economics, the people, or even the usage of carbon footprints, or any of the things which the development has already happened in the West or even in large cities. We don't have to replicate a Bangalore, the current Bangalore, in any of our hubs. So we have an opportunity to redesign. I'm sure that will bring out more innovative solutions. With that, we'll close. Time's up, says. Thank you very much for the patience, and I thank all the fellow panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the very insightful and informative session. It was really interesting, and especially the Q&A session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give a big round of applause to the panelists here, please? Now, may I request Ms. Vishnupriya, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance, to please felicitate our panelist over here. Requesting you to felicitate the moderator. We have Mr. Manivannan JK, CEO, Desi Crew. And also Mr. Chandranandakumar, AVP, Delivery Head, Chennai Development Center, Executive Council Leader, Infosys. We also request you to felicitate Mr. Krishnamani, Honeywell, Madurai. And Mr. Oliver Sam, Chief Human Resources Officer. Thank you so much. Can we all join for the group photograph, please? And ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we give a big round of applause for the panelists here for the panel discussion? So now the next panel discussion is really interesting topic, because it is all about the future, and the future is here in front of us as the students and the faculty members. So the next panel discussion is going to be for the topic Future Ready Tamil Nadu, Scaling Emerging Tech Ecosystems. So we do have our moderators and speakers ready for us. I'm repeating the topic again for you. The next panel discussion topic is going to be Future Ready Tamil Nadu, Scaling Emerging Tech Ecosystems. All right, requesting the students and all the people to please get settled. We are going to start with our next panel discussion now. And I could see a lot of networking that is happening off stage. And guys, please be seated because we are going to start with the next panel discussion now. So the next panel discussion that is going to be on the topic, Future Ready Tamil Nadu, Scaling Emerging Tech Ecosystems. May I request a moderator for this particular panel discussion, Ms. Krishnaveni Singaram, Director of Technology, Nielsen IQ, to please join the dais. All right, requesting the students to please take your seats, because we are going to start with the next topic. So again, I'm repeating, the students can take your seat. So I think we will be having a next 5 minutes for the networking session. So then we will be starting with the panel discussion. Thank you. useful for the students and also the faculties over here, and especially for the startups. Can we have those ladies to get seated, please? Yes. So the next panel discussion topic is going to be Future Ready Tamil Nadu, Scaling Emerging Tech Ecosystems. So now may I request the moderator for this particular panel discussion, Ms. Krishnaveni Singaram, Director of Technology, Nielsen IQ, to please join the dais. Let's give a huge round of applause, please. Ms. Krishnaveni Singaram, with over 20 years of IT industry experience, serves as the Director of Technology at Nielsen IQ, leading the front-end solutions of data unit. She oversees the delivery and maintenance of 25 plus mobile and web applications and has successfully established and leads the mobile community of practice at NIQ. And it's a very pleasure to have you here, ma'am. And now may I request the speakers on stage, please. May I request Dr. Tyagarajan T., Pro Vice Chancellor, VIT Chennai campus, to please join the dais. Dr. T. Tyagarajan obtained PhD in Intelligent Control from Anna University, Chennai, and postdoctoral research work in auto-tuning at National Taiwan University, and underwent training in USA and UK under TEQIP and Erasmus+. And it's a very happy moment to have you here, sir. Thank you. And may I request the next speaker, Mr. Anand Kapoor, Group CIO at Strive Double Line Gramener and Learning Mate, to please join the dais. Mr. Anand Kapoor has over 25 years of experience in leading global IT operations and driving digital transformation. He leads technology initiatives across Strive's global brands, including enterprise platform implementations, cloud solutions, and robust cybersecurity frameworks. Mr. Anand is also passionate about mentoring early-stage startups, guiding their technology adoption and growth strategies. Now, last but not least, may I request Mr. Dinagaran Vinayagamurthy, Quantum Innovation Center Lead, India and Singapore, IBM Quantum, to please join the dais. Dr. Dinagaran Vinayagamurthy is the Quantum Innovation Center Lead for India at IBM Quantum, where he manages quantum research and business partnerships in the region. He has received the Best Paper Finalist Award at ACM CCS, IBM Internal Awards like Outstanding Technical Accomplishments, Technical Collaboration Achievement. And we are very proud that you are here for us, sir. Thank you so much, and handing over to the moderator.
Thank you for the introductions. Good afternoon, everyone. It's lunchtime, feeling hungry. It's okay. Okay. So today's topic is interesting. It's Future Ready Tamil Nadu, Scaling Emerging Tech Ecosystems, right? When we talk about emerging tech ecosystems, it's vast and a continuously evolving landscape, isn't it? So whenever there is a new technology comes in, obviously there needs to be an ecosystem that has to continuously grow to accommodate, adapt, and foster the innovations, right? So that's what we are going to discuss about. We have our wonderful panelists here who will be sharing their thoughts, insights, and their recommendations around how to make the state, Tamil Nadu, future ready for this emerging technologies, okay? We will be discussing about 3 different segments in this discussion, right? One, we will be discussing about, examining about the current state of Tamil Nadu. What are the unique advantages the government holds, the Tamil Nadu state holds to accommodate these emerging technologies or to build the ecosystem around these technologies. And the second part would be, we'll be discussing about what are the key factors that need to be addressed to make it a global leader or a leader in this emerging tech space, right? So that will be our discussion. Finally, we will conclude with our thoughts. What would be the critical factors to be addressed for the next 2 to 3 years, right? Like the immediate steps to be taken from the government perspective or industrial leaders perspective, startups, academia. So how can we work together to make this ecosystem scalable and stronger? That's how the discussion is going to be. I'll ask our panelists to give a brief introduction about their current role and how they are working towards rolling out the solutions around these technologies. And we have our great academician here, and he'll be sharing his insights around how he is getting the talent ready to make it industry ready, to make the talent industry ready, right? So he'll be sharing insights around it. So let me start with Dr. Tyagarajan, sir, please.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to Madam Krishnaveni. Nalla introduce panninga. Unga peruma? Sana. Yeah, thanks for nice introduction. As Madam told before, you are all hungry before you become angry. Will not extend it. So the level playing is 2 to 3 minutes first round, and another 2 to 3 minutes in the second round. Is that okay? Loud yes? Yeah. So happy New Year to all of you. Please settle down quickly. So the topic, very nice topic, emerging technology. What is the kind of ecosystem we should think of? Topic is clear? Emerging technologies. What kind of ecosystem we should have to cope up with that emerging technology? So being an academic institution head, I will talk in that vertical. Is that okay? Academic institutions, so what kind of ecosystem we should have. So in the first round, I thought I'll give the template. How do we look at this one is, first we should identify what are the kinds of emerging technologies we have. Then we should think of in what socially conscious applications we can use this emerging technology. The third point, what we can think of, which I will come in the second round, is what is the ecosystem in those lines. So quickly, emerging technology, a tool, I will put it in 3 verticals. One is, of course, everybody talks of A for Apple has gone, A for AI. So IT. So what are the kinds of emerging technologies in this IT field? AI, data science, our expertise here, quantum computing, blockchain technology, cyber security, or what is the other one? Can somebody tell me? In IT field, emerging technology, I told AI, data science, quantum computing, blockchain, machine learning. In IT field, IT, IoT, yeah. The second vertical can be in the circuit stream, like electrical, electronics. Can you suggest one area, emerging technology? Embedded system, God bless you, embedded system, nano electronics. And then VLSI, signal processing, image processing. Flexible electronics, you heard of that word? Flexible electronics. This is another vertical, the so-called emerging technology. Third vertical is non-circuit branches. For example, civil engineering, mechanical engineering. Can you suggest one word in mechanical engineering, some emerging technology? Additive manufacturing. Heard of that? Rapid prototyping or additive manufacturing. Generative design. Heard of that? So these are some of the emerging technologies we can think of. The second vertical, what I wanted to spend some time, another 1 minute, is these are all the tools, but this has to be used for a socially conscious application. You have heard of SDG? Can somebody expand SDG? Sustainable development. There are 17 sustainable goals. Let's embrace something that is relevant to this part of the globe. Say healthcare. All of us agree? Using that emerging technology for healthcare application. One more, can you suggest? Socially conscious application area. Agriculture. Healthcare, agriculture. Can you suggest one more socially conscious area where you can use this emerging technology? Energy. God bless you. Yaar the energy? Give him an applaud, I say. Big applaud. Energy. Now one more E, which is very important. Environment. Environment. Clean water. So like your VIPGR, you remember hockey, HACEE. Healthcare, H for healthcare, A for agriculture, C for clean water, E for energy, E for environment. I stop here. So I try to tell you the technologies, emerging technologies. I try to tell you the areas where you can do. In my second round, I tell you how an ecosystem can be to combine these two. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagarajan. That's sort of hard to top. So I'll instead sort of give you a quick introduction of what my firm does and what I do. My name is Anand Kapoor. I'm the CIO for Strive. Strive has a 40-year history in research content development, and about 30% of the world's research passes through our doors. We operate in 3 large verticals. We've got data digitalized operations, and we've got ed tech, and we've got data and AI. And we identify ourselves as a data and AI specialized firm. And while everybody talks about AI, we forget a very important thing, and that's what we aim to do, which is put the expert in the loop. Because as much as AI is poised to change the world, what we miss is that the human in the loop is still going to be important, and you need the human in there to make a a human decision, right? And that's what we focus on. I'll pass on to my colleague for his introduction, Doctor.
Yeah, hello everyone who is here. I think Professor Tyagarajan had set up a great base in terms of what the discussion of the panel is going to be in terms of emerging ecosystems, and Anand built on it to talk about what he has been doing. So just for a quick introduction, I'm Dinakaran. I'm a Quantum Innovation Center lead for IBM, and I'm also an adjunct professor at IIT Madras. And the thing about emerging ecosystems, right? I mean, in terms of any technology, like you hear about it, so let's say it's AI or quantum. So irrespective of whether you're a student or you work in an industry, or you want to start up something, or you're a teacher, you want to motivate the next generation of students. The thing with emerging ecosystems is, the emerging technologies is that you'll have to always keep up with it, right? So if it's like a new area, it takes more effort to be the leader of such technologies, right? So it's something that it's good to study foundations for it, like when you are a student, okay? And start about how you would apply it for your day-to-day use cases, okay? So yeah, I think I'll just pause here for this round, and then I'll come back to this for the next round.
Yeah, thank you. So I hope the context is set. I see a lot of students here, and I hope some from startup. So are we set for the context? Are we all good? Any questions around what is this all about? What is emerging technology? Any questions do you have before we proceed further into the details? All good? Okay. Good. So before I pass the mic to others, to my first question, I would like to start with my experience, right? So I have 20 years of experience in the IT industry. And currently, I work at a organization called Nielsen IQ. Okay. I lead the data acquisition unit there. If you see the last 20 years, the last decade, the last 10 years, the growth has been tremendous, right? Like there were a lot of new technologies. The approach towards the development has changed. And the emerging technology, the term is very contextual and it keeps changing for every year. Last year, if you see for the past year, 2024, the research firms listed a set of technologies as emerging technologies, right? If you see the lists, they are different, right? McKinsey, as a firm, as a research firm, they list a set of technologies. And if you see World Economic Forum's article, it lists different because the contexts are different, applications are different, and the potential of each technology is multifold, right? One example I would like to take in my current organization, right? The data collection as a process. The company has started the data collection using pen and paper. Now, it has come a long way. And now we are using our mobile apps to do the data collection. I'm leading an initiative to introduce conversational AI in the process of data collection, right? So this use case, no product discussion now or no business use case currently ends up without discussing an use case around artificial intelligence, right? That's how it is currently. So for any emerging technology, I see there are 4 key pillars. One is the infrastructure, right? The infrastructure that enables the innovations around these technologies. That is one. And the second thing is the talent, right? You need a good set of talent to build these solutions. And the third part is the governance around these. It's very, very, very critical factor. These technologies, as fast as they develop, it also raises concerns around our safety and security, right? Any AI technology you take, obviously you have some safety concerns. I have kids at the age of 11 and 6. They know what ChatGPT is, right? For any of their academic questions, they tell that, Amma, ask ChatGPT. That's how it is. As a mother and as a technical person, I know what are the challenges in using the tool. It's enriching, it's enabling. At the same time, it's a bit scary because I used to show them that, see, it has a disclaimer saying that ChatGPT can make mistakes, right? And we have to understand that the technology is still evolving and the government has to come up with the processes and policies, and also the organizations who are developing these tools, they need to come up with their own set of standards to evaluate the tools and the platforms before it goes to the use of any user, right? So governance and policies is the next pillar. And fourth pillar is around collaborations and partnership. How do we collaborate among industry leaders, government, startups, academia? That's very important one, right? So these 4 pillars, I feel they are important to enable any ecosystem and scale any ecosystem, right? So my next question is around that. We need to evaluate how Tamil Nadu government hold unique advantages on these lines to scale the emerging ecosystem, right? So I'll hand it over to maybe.
Yeah. Please give a big applause.
I'll ask Anand to take up a few minutes to answer this question. Yeah.
Sure. So maybe you want to rephrase the question once more.
Yeah. In your view, what are the unique advantages Tamil Nadu hold to enable this emerging tech ecosystem?
I think as a state, we're best placed in the country, and not just the country, in the region. Um, and for a lot of, I'll sort of enumerate them. Just to give you a little context, my firm, the current firm, it has a 40-year history. We started in the Philippines 40 years ago, and we operate out of 5 continents. But the largest part of the workforce comes from Tamil Nadu. That's not just the centers that we have, and we have centers in Pondicherry, we've got centers in Trichy, we've got centers in Chennai. We used to operate out of Salem, but also in our other centers in Hyderabad, in Bangalore, in Manila, we've got folks from our state who are operating there. So, and that sort of tells us that there are 3 or 4 reasons why that's happening. The first one, we've got to thank the likes of Dr. Tyagarajan. We've got a very strong academic foundation. Our institutions are heads and shoulder, both in terms of count as well as in terms of quality, ahead of the curve. Ahead of the curve in terms of the baseline. Let's sort of qualify that. The second is for a large reason, and look where we're sitting, right? This is government funded, sponsored in a lot of ways. So the governance is already focused in realizing that the way forward is emerging tech. And what better way to capitalize that than the previous investments that have been made? So, which brings me to the third topic, which is our environment. We've got a rich environment which has both manufacturing as well as IT in place, right? So, if you look at deep tech, if you look at emerging tech, the play is going to be on top of that. So, if we go back to all the emerging tech that our audience sort of yelled out. IoT, what better application than to run a startup that works with, let's say, an automotive industry based out of Tamil Nadu, with an IT firm, right? So in a lot of ways, you're able to put together technology that comes through thanks to good governance, a rich pool of talent that comes in from all the educational institutions we've got, backed by assistance from the government, whether it is the Tamil Nadu blockchain policy, right, or the incubators that are set up. I mean, IIT Madras has an incubator not far off where I think you were yesterday. So these 3 factors sort of drive a significant push for me to say, look, Tamil Nadu is ahead of the competition to outperform, in the region. Other than that, there are some 2 more factors that we don't sort of realize. One is obviously our connectivity. Compared to the neighboring state, for example, we've got more international airports. We've got some of the country's largest ports that operate here. So it's easier to bring stuff in. It's easier to move around. And that obviously is the heart of good business. And there is another nuance, right, which goes back to our appreciation for language and culture, right? And this is a personal view, of course, but if you're able to speak, for example, Tamil, you're able to understand nuances of coding in language better. I'm not going to bank it up with a scientific claim, but I sort of just out of gut experience of having looked at folks over the years and been working in over 25 years, that's just a gut that I wanted to put out there. Those, I think, are the factors that make me say that we are well poised in the region and in the country to take advantage of all these emerging tech.
Thank you. Well said. How many of you quantum here? The basics of quantum. Anyone has part of your syllabus? That's good. Okay. Quantum is still a buzzword, right? And it's very interesting thing to know about because there are a lot of unknowns for many of us. Dinakaran, he's leading the quantum computing from his organization, so I would like to hear for the same question. So in your view, how Tamil Nadu is placed to enable this? Because I understand that it completely needs a different infrastructure for experimentation and all those things. That's a very unique thing. What's your view on that?
So I would say for any emerging technology, maybe not just for quantum, I think Anand has put a extremely good articulation of why Tamil Nadu is well poised to do it. I mean, maybe I would actually encourage you guys to think about what he said, because I've lived in a few countries and seen a few environments, but it takes decades of effort from across governments, educational institutions, and industries to leave us in an extremely privileged situation that we are in right now. That in fact lets us think about, okay, how do we advance the tech and do it? Okay, so now coming into quantum computing, it's similar to, let's say, how AI was 10 years ago, right? So let's say, like, when did you guys first hear about artificial intelligence? Can anyone say the year in which they first heard about it or started using it? Yeah?
2020 lockdown.
Okay, good. Anyone else? 2020. Okay. Cool. So I think the first time, let's say, the world sort of started paying a serious attention about it is, let's say, 2012. Okay. That is when the so-called deep learning technology was sort of widely applied to a competition that for the first time AI was winning it. Okay. Before that, the previous methods using it. Now, we are in a sort of a similar stage for quantum computing. Okay, so quantum computers have reached a stage where it can do things faster than the current supercomputers that we have, but it's just starting up. Okay, so one can leverage the good things that the Tamil Nadu ecosystem has. Okay, which is that we have good educational institutions, we have industries across sectors ranging from electronics to manufacturing, automobile to IT, right? And of course, like many others. So the reason why I'm bringing this spectrum of things that we have here for quantum computing is that since it's a new type of a computer, okay, so one has to build the hardware to one has to build the electronics and the hardware as the base layer to start with, and then on top of which you'll have to build some of the core software modules, let's say the operating system, instruction set architecture, whatever. Like if you're an electronics student, maybe you would have seen those in traditional computers, and on top of which you have to build algorithms and applications that can be useful for different domains, let's say pharma or manufacturing or chemistry. So since it needs the whole spectrum of expertise coming in from different areas, and it's an emerging technology, right? I mean, okay, sorry, maybe I'm just reusing the term emerging, but since it's being built as we speak, right? It's still relatively new, it's being built. Given our broad ecosystem in Tamil Nadu, it places us in our unique position to contribute. A single person or a single institution cannot be an expert in all this. Each of this needs sort of decades of experience to be good at each specific component. But given that we have an ecosystem that has a broad range of expertise already, it places us in a very good position to take whatever our interest is, whatever our institution's interest is, and look at that part. But overall, like when pieces are put together, for quantum computing, we are in actually a unique position to do very well.
Thank you. I would like to hear from Tyagarajan sir on this, your view around how Tamil Nadu is positioned.
Yeah, the question is what is the ecosystem we have in Tamil Nadu spearheaded by government? That's the question. Yeah, one interesting thing that is I wanted to share with all of you is you heard of GER? You heard of that? GER? Graduate Enrollment Ratio. How many students are getting into the higher education? The nation has a benchmark which is 50%. At least 50% should be the number for this GER. The national average, if you see as of now, is around 28%, whereas Tamil Nadu, it is 48%. So that is the ecosystem inbuilt here. Big applaud, not for me, for that initiative. Big applaud. Nation says 50% is the target. National average, if you take all the states and see the average, it is 28%. But Tamil Nadu already has achieved around 48%. Aur kya chahiye? Where enna vedum namakku? So that's the ecosystem that reflects. At micro level, if you see, have you heard of non-Mudalvan scheme? Yes or no? Loud yes or no? That's something great. The so-called emerging technology skills are imbibed in you by pulling industry people, giving hands-on experience to you as a value addition in addition to your regular curriculum, theory and lab. Non-Mudalvan scheme. One step ahead for the students of higher order learning, the Tamil Nadu government also gives project funding through TNSCST, Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. They give funding to do projects on the so-called emerging technologies for all the students based on the merit. For the teachers, they give CM Research Fellowship in the emerging technology. So these are some of the 2-3 things that comes in my mind immediately about the question Madam has asked, what is the kind of ecosystem we have. Over to moderator.
Would you like to add some more around how academia is enabling this, sir? How academia is placed to handle these emerging technologies?
That's a good question. Maybe can I take about 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
Yeah. There are many students are here, so I will orient my answer towards the students' perspective. Friends, when you look at the studies, the days have gone where you have a structured syllabus and the teacher comes with the textbook that is given in that curriculum. Based on that, they teach and then go. That system will no longer be liked by our industry colleagues here. So then what is that new? What kind of ecosystem we need to have? I put it in 3 perspectives. One is academics, one is research, third is extension. In the academics, in addition to your regular curriculum, you need to embrace value-added program, value-added courses you need to embrace based on the emerging technology. I'm an affiliated institute. The syllabus is defined by the university. I don't have choice means nobody stops us to learn the value-added program, aligning with the industry's requirement in the emerging technology. Internships, industrial training, the capstone projects. Nobody stops us to embrace emerging technology, though it is not defined in your syllabus or curriculum. So that kind of ecosystem you should have as far as academics is concerned. The assignments you do, the design challenges, the THON events. What is the THON events? Hackathon, Mobathon, Salvathon, Codathon, whatever thon you want to call. All those thons, nobody stops you to participate. So you need to participate in that, get that hands-on experience with the emerging technology. So this is one vertical I have. The second vertical is about the research aspects. In the education policies defined wherever it is defined, the undergraduate students also should embrace a research culture during that undergraduate program. Your projects, your mini project or major projects, or your faculty member who has a sponsored research in his hand, you can become a project associate there, earn while learning. You can have some kind of a stipend through that project fund, become a part of that project. You get a certificate from the teacher that he is the student of that Tamil Nadu government sponsored research project or central government research DST sponsored project. He is a project associate. If you come and handshake with our colleague here, they will say you are on board. Not the CGPA alone that makes. So that's the kind of ecosystem you need to embrace when you look at this research concept. Multidisciplinary research, interdisciplinary research, translational research. ChatGPT வச்சு பாருங்க என்னெல்லாம் ஒன்னொன்னுத்துக்கும் என்ன மீனிங் இருக்கு அப்படின்னு. Translational research, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research. So if that you can learn. ஒரு ரோபோ பண்றோம். இப்போ அங்க கூட பார்த்தீங்க, somebody was displaying a underwater robo. Definitely it cannot be done by a mechanical engineer alone. You need to have an electronic engineer, an instrumentation engineer, or a computer science programming, integrating software and hardware. So that is the multidisciplinary research. So you need to embrace that kind of mindset when you are talking about the research. And the third one is, the last one, I have a couple of minutes, ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, third one is the entrepreneurship mindset. That's what our two colleagues from here, they were talking about. In the curriculum itself, they defined courses on entrepreneurship, professional ethics, lifelong learning, communication skills. All these are already embedded in that. Generally, we don't take those courses very seriously. But we need to spend a quality time to embrace those words. For example, you say, we have conducted, what do you call that? Boot camp. Aprinda word you might not have heard. It's out of syllabus. But boot camp is a very important word in the startup and entrepreneurship. So you need to embrace that kind of mindset. Whether you want to take up a job, then the earlier one. If you want to go for the entrepreneurship kind of thing, so you have to tune your mind for this kind of. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. Thank you, sir. Can you give a big round of applause here? Okay. To summarize, I would like to call out some of the other advantages or how Tamil Nadu is positioned uniquely in this ecosystem, right? As Sir called out, non-Mudalvan, I hope many of you know, right? So it's amazing to know that through non-Mudalvan, that scheme, at least 2.8 million, 28 lakh students were upskilled, right? For industry ready, right? When I say industry ready, many of you would have applied for internships for some companies, right? So the purpose of it is to, when you start with a company, you are expected to be productive immediately. That's what it is, right? Obviously, you will go through all the trainings and other things, but even to take that, you should be ready enough and you should be equipped enough with the knowledge around that particular industry, right? That's how the industry is now, right? The people are expecting, the organizations are expecting that, or we are working very closely with universities to make the final year students or third year students, whoever we go for, to make them industry ready for the training. So government is doing that very well in that space through non-Mudalvan, and it's a very serious initiative taken by the government, right? That is from the talent part. And the other part, I talked about infrastructure, right? Do you all know what is internet penetration, right? How, right? So when I talked about the data acquisition use case from my industry, when people go for data collection for the products, see, Nielsen IQ, my organization, it provides consumer intelligence for fast-moving consumer goods, FMCG, and tech and durable industries. Okay, so people go to stores to collect the data about the products, so that the clients or the products can take the insights and then they can strategize their selling, manufacturing, and all those things. That's where it is, right? So when people, at least Nielsen IQ, in Tamil Nadu, there are thousands of stores that the people visit, and we are covering almost 30 plus cities. It covers both urban and rural, right? In urban, you can imagine the better connectivity, but when you go to rural areas, obviously you can understand the challenges from the connectivity perspective, right? But Tamil Nadu stands at a very good percentage of 50% of internet penetration, which is a leading percentage among Indian states. Okay, that's the infrastructure related advantage that Tamil Nadu has. And as Honorable Minister, IT Minister called out at a conference, Tamil Nadu is working to provide 1 Gbps connectivity for at least 12K plus villages, right? It's kind of, if it comes to execution, or it's already being executed, once it is completed, then imagine the fast at which the solutions can be rolled out, right? I mean, there wouldn't be any connectivity related constraints for any of our organizations to experiment, innovate, right? The connectivity wouldn't be a problem. So that's one of the schemes that I wanted to call out from the infrastructure perspective. And from the talent perspective also, and the collaboration and partnerships from academia, startups, and industry leaders, there is a think tank called IT&T Hub. Okay, so that works. It's funded by both central government and Tamil Nadu government, and it closely works with the industries, startups, and academia for enabling the research. Okay, and they are doing a very good job of working with startups to address some of the government-related use cases through these emerging technologies. Right? Those are the smaller things that we can just go and explore how Tamil Nadu government is taking serious on building the ecosystem for these kind of technologies, right? When it comes to policies and processes, as I called out as the third pillar, as Anand has called out, Tamil Nadu is the first state to come up with to publish the policies for artificial intelligence, safe, ethical and safe AI policy, blockchain policy, and cybersecurity policy. This is the first state in India to come up with those policies, right? So that's very important, right? And also, again, Honorable IT Minister has called out that they have rolled out startup-friendly policies, right? Which enable startups to go through a easy process without any tender and all those things. So it makes easy for the startups to approach government to roll out the solutions without going through any hassle processes and all those things, right? So these are the things I think we need to understand, and we need to collaborate with the government as organizations, as academic institutions, research institutions, to make better use of, to leverage these advantages in building this ecosystem. Thank you. And moving to the other question, I'll start with Dinakaran. Quantum, again, it's being the new technology. What are the factors you think Tamil Nadu has, or as a government, it has to start working on?
Okay, so yeah. I think maybe given the audience, I was probably tune it to like, okay, what is that we think it will be good for the people present here to do, so that we have a more mature, let's say, deep tech or emerging tech ecosystem, right? I think there is so many good things and systems and initiatives that government and industries have taken, that next steps, okay, what are the things that you can do? Okay, the thing is, whatever you want to learn or whatever you want to be ready for industry, or you want to start something yourself, there is so much things available, whether it's as basic as using Microsoft Excel, or as advanced as developing machine learning models for some complex task, or even supposed to be as futuristic as I don't know, very high tech as quantum computing, right? Developing quantum computing programs or applications. For the entire spectrum, there is resources available online for you to go hands-on, play with it. You can develop things yourself. Okay, there is so many resources, and if Microsoft Excel na, you will know that there is a lot of resource available. But even if it's a quantum computer, you can just log into, let's say IBM, we have quantum.ibm.com on the website la poningna, you can access the state of art quantum computers that has sort of been in the world. Okay, AI poningna, there is so many like companies and tools available online, open source tools available online that you can play with on top of what has been taught. Okay, like sir mentioned, curriculum takes years to mature, but the amount of internet has helped us get access to the most advanced tools that let's say like Facebook uses for image recognition, Google uses to search I don't know, like billions, or I think it has crossed billions of records of data, or whatever tools are available. It is available, most of them is available as open source for you to play with it. Okay, so it's just be bold and then try to like whatever, like fix an area of interest, go deep into it and play with it. Okay, and then you should also talk to whoever you know, like relatives or friends who is working in industry, to understand, okay, what is that you need to do to either equip yourself or like go to the next level of maturity beyond what is taught. Okay, I mean, it will probably link to using these tools in a good manner, but that is the attitude that will be good to have, whether you are early in the career, you want to equip yourself, or if you want to students. There are so many tools available and initiatives available, whether it's from basic tech to very deep tech. Just go out and like equip yourselves with that. I think that is something I would conclude.
Yep, thank you. Going to Anand, in your view, what are the factors that as a state, as a government, the Tamil Nadu has to focus on to scale the emerging tech ecosystem?
So, anybody plays sport here? Any sort of sport? Fabulous. So, and I say this, I'm an endurance athlete myself. So I say this to myself, I say this to you, I say this to the government, I say this to every one of you as a student, as an individual. What got you here will not take you forward. It got you here. That's it, right? To go forward, we need to do more. And, I'd call it the triple helix of academia, corporates, and government that need to work together to get to, provide for incubation centers, to provide for sandboxes that move away. So as an academician, right? So if I look at Dr. Tyagarajan, I'd look at him and say, I need a pool of resources. I need sandboxed environments that act as incubators, right? To the government, I turn around and say, we'd want to look at sandboxed environments for to do away, for example, with the enclosed environments, safe environments to operate with limited bureaucracy, right? Policies that enable rapid growth. That can only come in when you test it in smaller environments. And as a corporate, then we'd consume all of that, and that's why the triple helix. But more than that, to do the triple helix, right? It's to put your money where your mouth is. If we're talking about emerging tech, what we should do is pick some of these and say, how can we implement them and for citizens, for the state, right, or for the country. We talk about AI here. How about AI-enabled traffic management solutions? Or we spoke about blockchain. So how about blockchain in public records, in land records, right? Why not? So those are the things where if we don't put our money where the mouth is, we are going to lose the race. And that's the important thing.
Great, thank you. Sir, from your perspective, how we collaboratively work, right, to enable or to scale this ecosystem? Could be government, industry leaders, startups, academia. So collaboratively, where we have to focus more to keep this ecosystem scalable?
Yesterday, I went through an article in Times of India, page 15, very interesting bullet points there. That is based on the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs. The skills in high demand is, we are going to close in 3 minutes. Yeah, the skills in high demand is, of course, AI and big data. Of course, networks and cybersecurity. So what else is required is creative thinking, resilience, flexibility, lifelong learning, agility. These are all out of syllabus questions. If you ask some question on quantum computing, he will answer. But agility, flexibility, adaptability, these are all something we need to think of during our lifelong learning. We need to think of, otherwise it's difficult to survive. So that is the important thing where every one of us, not only government, every one of us should focus on that. How we are going to address this. In the academics, they call this outcome-based education, where you define PO1, PO2 like that, program objective 2, 3, 4 like that. In last 6 POs from 6 to 12, they focus on this kind of attitudes, adaptability, lifelong learning. So this we need to follow in letter and spirit. Then we will be able to cope up with the so-called changes. Another challenge for the policy makers is there are 4 challenges they point out. Structural factors, broadening the digital access to higher cost of living, climate change mitigation, demographic shift, and geopolitical fragmentation. These are some of the points not for you guys, for the policy makers. So they have to look into this one when they are creating what Madam was talking about, the policy making, infrastructure development. In those 2 verticals, if they can think of these 4 points, I think we will address futuristic demands. As of now, our state is the pioneering state to have all kinds of policies like what Madam was pointing out, startup policy, IT policy, AI policy, all that stuff. And today also I saw in the paper today, there is going to be an AI hub is going to be established in Coimbatore by the Tamil Nadu state government. Am I right, ma'am? Today it has come. So these are all some very interesting initiatives taken by the Tamil Nadu government. But all of us should become a part of it in the implementation process. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so we are at the top of the hour. Just to summarize what we discussed about, right? We discussed about how Tamil Nadu is placed currently and its unique advantages. As Anand called out, Tamil Nadu is the largest hub for his company. I share the same advantage. My company, Chennai is the largest hub for us globally. Okay, so we have around 10K plus employees globally, and over 30%, 3K plus employees are based in Chennai. And one of the other statistics I wanted to share, 80% of the tech talent of Tamil Nadu are homegrown. Okay, so they are from Tamil Nadu, 80%. It's a big number because what does it offer is the stability in the workforce, right? So we wanted to stay close to our family and roots. And so people want to take jobs within Tamil Nadu, which gives a great advantage for the companies, lower attrition and stability, higher stability, right? So that's one of the advantages I wanted to talk about, and we have shared the same advantage. And the second point is around the policies and processes. As Tamil Nadu government is the pioneer, it's not complete, right? It's evolving as technologies evolve. Obviously, the policies and the processes need to be continuously reviewed, and then the policies need to be updated, right? At least we need to understand that the policies are not complete. There are gaps, right? If you read the AI policy, ethical and safe AI policy of Tamil Nadu, two things I wanted to highlight, maybe a homework for all of you. One, it provides a good framework to evaluate your AI tools. Okay, it's called TAMDEF. You can go and see the definitions. TAMDEF, and it provides a scorecard to evaluate your tools platform before it goes to the public use. Right. So it's a responsible from the organization perspective. Are we responsibly rolling out our solutions? Right. And also it calls out the challenges in making the policy complete. It calls out some of the, I'm just calling out some of the gaps where the anonymity of the developers, right? It's very difficult to pinpoint one particular developer or a particular company for any AI tool, right? If you take ChatGPT, you cannot point to one person there because it's a collective data being fed in to train and all those things. So it's very difficult to pinpoint an organization that is one particular issue or gap to be addressed. And then the second point is it's kind of a black box, right? The algorithms go into the AI tools. I'm just talking about the AI as just an example, right? All these gaps are applicable for any emerging technology because it's still evolving. There will be a lot of gaps. So it's kind of a black box. The evaluation will be limited for anyone who approves it. So that is one challenge. And there are regulatory constraints from the region perspective, right? The tool is developed in a particular region and then it is rolled out in different regions. So the regulatory constraints to apply the laws of specific regions also, it's one of the challenges. There are a lot of other challenges, but the good thing is the challenges are identified as there are gaps to be addressed. So the government or the policymakers would need to continuously adapt and then refine the policies. That is one thing. And another major pointer from the infra perspective is the power consumption. Recently, World Economic Forum has published an article where it calls out a concern around power usage. You know, like how much power is being consumed for rolling out any AI solution, right? It's multifold, right? Just to tell you the scale of the power it needs, the major companies like Microsoft, Apple, and Google, they are going ahead with their own nuclear plants to do the power supply, to address the power requirements, right? So we need to be equipped. And if the technology grows, and then the same weight will be on the power consumption also. And we, at least in the next few years, the demand will be more than the supply what we have. So those are some challenges that we have in enabling these emerging technologies that we need to work collaboratively, government, academia, startups, industry leaders, and all those things. So with that note, it has been a great session. Thank you for our wonderful panelists to have shared their insights. And thanks for listening patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for summarizing it so well. Thank you. And thank you, panelists and the speakers, for letting us know about various platforms where both the students and the startups can learn and excel. Thank you very much. And now may I request Mr. PWC Davidar, advisor of Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency to please join here on stage to felicitate the panelists here. Requesting you to felicitate. Can we give a big round of applause, please, for all the speakers on stage? I'd like to felicitate Ms. Krishnaveni Singharam, Director of Technology. I'd like to felicitate Dr. Tyagarajan T, Pro Vice Chancellor. Mr. Anand Kapoor, Group CIO. And Dr. Dinakaran Vinayakamurthy, Quantum Innovation Center Lead. Thank you very much, panelists, for joining us here. And would like to get a group photograph with you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the main thing is the next 1 hour is going to be the networking session along with the lunch break. And we will be back by 2:15 p.m. sharp. Thank you. And that's going to be a very interesting panel discussion. So requesting all of you to please be here.
and sentiment analysis and all of that stuff. So that is something that I want to sort of start with.
Yeah, thanks, Rupesh. Anand, just coming to you, anything that you wish to add to what Rupesh had mentioned in terms of use cases and industry relevance?
Sure. Thanks, Rupesh, for setting the context. Quantum, definitely, it's a relatively, I won't say a new concept, still in the infancy stage, to what Rupesh mentioned. There's still more work to be done on companies adopting AI today and getting better at building more large data models, getting the data right, as well as the statistical modeling right. So that would still be more work to be done in that space. I could definitely quantum, given the concept, faster processing, more accuracy, all those are going to come up pretty soon, encompassing all use cases across industries. For me, the way I look at it, I come from a retail and financial mortgage background. Retailers, in retail industry, we were already doing something of this nature 8 to 10 years ago. We didn't call it probably AI quantum, but mining of data, mining of huge volumes of data. Back in 2010, 2015, we used to have terabytes of data, which is nothing but all the browsing. When we go online, we all browse any retailer website. How do we get all these personalized messages, personalized recommendations, and so on? Every click, every second that you browse or you spend on a website, the data is mined. So these are not simple kilobytes or megabytes of data. This can't be stored in a simple database. This requires a lot of power. And I personally handled this with my team where we had 5 terabytes of data given by our customer to analyze. And these are not simple tasks in terms of where you start writing queries against those. So the underlying data, understanding of that continues to be an important factor. Building large models around that. That would be a key use case for everything associated with retail and affiliated industries, right? How do I continue to build customer analytics using those data? Second, on the financial side, the space where we are in, call centers, predicting calls in terms of if there are 1 million calls landing at my call center today, how do I reduce the number of calls which come in, right? Building predictive analytics using that and providing better customer service without me needing to call or come through 4 or 5 channels. How do I proactively reach out to the customers? And then more analytics around risk and compliance and financials. as customers, we do we complain to write complaints to companies. Risk and compliance and other legal functions play a very important role. But how do I reduce the number of complaints that come in? How can I actually do a prediction in terms of what sort of complaints would come into my inbox 6 months down the line, 12 months down the line? So a lot of use cases on the business operations side, legal and compliance, risk, legal and compliance, financials to this point, better forecasting, especially for larger organizations which manage books across in a global manner, right? Not confined to one geography. So these are potential use cases where AI, definitely with the help of quantum computing, is going to kind of help us scale.
Thanks, Anand. And Naren, coming to you, and a few days back in preparation for this panel, you are mentioning about this whole business domain angle, right? How do you bring the business and the tech together and keeping the lens of business more in mind? So anything that you want to build on in terms of industry relevance and use cases, Naren?
Sure. When you did the introductory, you mentioned about qubit, right? That's how it's been measured, the quantum thing, right? I mean, it's a lot of learning, I would say. Like, good that a lot of people are working professionals in this room, so you'll be able to go and refer. And honestly, like, I have to go and refer some of the IBM, Quantum, Google, and Microsoft, right? They have actually launched some of this processes as well. So we all worked in zeros and ones, and then when the transformation happened, the entanglement can actually impact the data. That is when the beauty of the data can be leveraged, right? So Rupesh touched upon some of the space, defense mechanisms, and day in, day out, a lot of people are building applications. Now, a lot of encryption and decryption, right? The cybersecurity angle plays a critical role, where people now are doing harvest now, decrypt later. That is, wherever there's a data has been harvested, harvest now, and then apply these techniques later, right? So these are from a technology layer standpoint, where defense or the security aspect, the personalization messaging itself, where these kind of interpretation and tools can be, algorithms can be applied. And coming back to your the business angle, right? Means good that I started in mainframe assembly language, where we used to still use bits kind of a programming. And being a data guy, it all evolved, right? It started with the data, then people started using modeling, and then machine learning, AI, and now we are talking about quantum. But one thing over the years has not changed. Means all the people are from financial services background. The business processes, the business domain has not changed. The tool, the power, when the compute and the storage got cheaper and got into the hands of the modelers, that is when the power actually came. So I would actually again request for the folks here, go and invest time in understanding the end-to-end business processes and the fundamentals, right, of the technology. Then you can actually apply. You suddenly see a lot of use cases around you. But I would see the cybersecurity angle, the messaging, fraud, live anti-money laundering, international fund transfer. So there is a lot of use cases around that space, I would say.
Do you think use cases around weather forecasting, is that also a potential use case?
Definitely. I think he mentioned about, he mentioned about the...
oh, you did mention that, okay.
He did mention about space, right? So now there is 0 and 1, right? And now if you actually do the combination, suddenly the value of the 0 can be partially 0 and partially 1, okay? When you actually have that kind of a thing, the data, when it started at a feature level. That is, I will define my data columns, you give the data. That is how it started. Then we made the systems to generate data by the features level. I will actually have defined column levels, the system will generate data. Then the next dimension of, data can be anywhere. Voice, text can be anywhere. I will mine the data. Now, the beauty of this technology is, think like a space, light, and those things. When the data can actually be different variances, entanglement, the interoperability of everything around can change, this technology will have an amazing applicability and emotional things. There's a lot of things that we can actually apply if we understand the zeros and ones and how we are actually, so how you are going to actually apply that.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So we talked about potential use cases, areas of impact. Getting Srinivas into the discussion. So Srinivas, what do you think could be those potential hurdles when you talk about trying to scale quantum for AI, and really in terms of practicality of implementing this, Srinivas, your thoughts on this?
Before I answer that, I see a lot of students here. Can you make some noise so that I can see who the students are here? Or openga? Come on, you had lunch just now.
How many entrepreneurs in the room? I see.
Entrepreneurs in the room?
Very few.
Okay. Question to the students. How many of you still remember your linear algebra? One guy there. Okay. Is a student. Yes, I was asking for the students. Yeah. And in your engineering first year, vectors, how many of you remember vectors? One guy, 2, 3, 4. Okay, vectors some people remember. So when we talk about quantum computing, right, we have to look at these fundamental aspects, right? When we talk about scalability, all of them have been talking about skill building, the lack of skill. These are things that probably you studied in high school, right? And then you thought, who the hell uses this, right? And you forgot about it promptly. But this is where it gets used, okay? From a scalability perspective, if you need to understand how a quantum computer works, right? How many of you have studied quantum computing in your college? Even fundamental definitions, part of it? No? So there is this theory of, and you can look it up on the internet, a Bose-Einstein condensate is what it is called, a BEC, right? Which is where photons are filtered and cooled down to just above 0 degree Kelvin. Now 0 degree Kelvin is how many degrees Celsius? Anyone here? Minus 273 degrees Celsius. So you can understand that that is where all particles stop moving at 0. So they keep it slightly above 0 so that it is manipulatable by using laser beams or magnets. And that is then used to perform functions. They create the matrices of the qubits, and they use them as in electronics you would have studied about gates, AND gate, OR gate, yes, no? Yeah? So the gates are created, and then that is then used to work. Now, to get to minus 273 degrees Celsius is a huge task, and to maintain that without any disturbance in that box containing these Bose-Einstein condensates is a bigger task, because then otherwise they lose coherence, right? And so usually they use sodium ions, for example, because they have even spins. So the photon data is on the spin, right, on the axis of how the spin is happening, right, and then the position. So in the overall thing, so you have the 3 dimensions that are coming in: 0, 1, both 0 and 1, superimposition. That is the concept that is called. Okay, so that is how data is collected, and then there are these laser wires that go into the box to collect the data, to manipulate the qubits and do the computations. Now I hope you understand the complexity of a quantum computer, right? So when we talk about scalability, you have to take this complexity into account, and that is why even though the first POC of a quantum computer was done in 1998, almost 25 years ago, right, we see very few quantum computers in action today, right? Because it's so complex and not easy to manage, and it's very, very expensive. Now, if you would have seen the Google announcement, they said our chip is only like the size of a credit card, right? But it sits on an equipment that is 2 stories high, okay? Because it needs the cooling, it needs the wiring. So it's not an easy. So scalability of quantum computing infrastructure itself is a tough ask, right? But if
like he was telling, the governments invest, they create infrastructure, and this is how it will work, I think, is when governments invest in creating the infrastructure and then lease out the usage of these supercomputers to the quantum computers to people, is when the business leap will immediately happen, right? So today, very few places are doing it. IBM is doing it, where you can buy a set of qubits and then use them for your research and your evaluation of products and everything else, right? On the other hand, AI, within 2 years, has crossed 100 million users, right? So AI is moving much, much faster than quantum computing. But in theoretical sense, if you look at it, AI will become the front end of any application that is using quantum at the back end, right? You will probably engage with quantum only through AI to have a very, very significant result that is possible. Yeah.
Thanks, Srinivas. And you talked about the complexity, and because of that complexity, scaling is a challenge. So that is one. But Rupesh, coming back to you, what do you think could be those ethical dilemmas, the social impacts, and especially the environmental impact, which is the concern given the focus on climate today? So what are your views on this aspect, Rupesh?
And thank you, Lingam, for that masterclass. It helps a lot, right, for non-engineers amongst the group. But just to the previous question in terms of the use cases, just one quick example, I thought I'll give it to the audience so that you can replicate. So usually in the banking industry, when they do the credit risk modeling, especially around the corporate and commercial portfolio, there are a lot of generalizations which this industry ends up doing, right? They wouldn't differentiate the different type of companies that they give credit to, whether it's a manufacturing service, with geography and all of that, right? And there are black swan events like the COVID, which happened, which is not accounted for in the modeling, right? Now, you can take this complexity multifold if you talk about different industries, right? You could, a bank would give a huge amount of credit to a company which is manufacturing defense systems, right? There is somebody who is doing defense. Then you do for agriculture, you do for wine, right? Development of grapes and all of that stuff, right? Then you bring the black swan events, which potentially will be much faster and sooner than what has been in the past potentially, right? So when you take all of these into considerations, it's a huge complex problem. And that is why even through this IBM, there is a lot of work which institutions are doing across the world in terms of looking at how is it that we can make this modeling actually very accurate, right? So I just want everyone to appreciate, from that. Now, from on the ethics question that you asked, of course, the two obvious questions is in terms of the money, and there is this whole risk of that since it is extremely difficult to maintain and extremely costly, then the power of the quantum will be limited to a handful of people, companies, countries, consider whatever you may want, right? So, and that is a huge problem. And any part of technology which is not democratized, you have this huge challenge of it could be used for different purposes, malicious, creating divide, etc., etc. So that's one huge problem. And I think we are still at a very early stage. I'm not sure if there is enough conversation happening on this front. The other, of course, is the whole climate part of it, right? Maintaining that sort of level and scaling it up would mean high level of both energy consumption and carbon emissions, both of which is a problem. From energy consumption standpoint, again, the problem is there is only finite energy that you would be able to create, which means if you divert that to quantum computing, then it means there is some piece which might missing on that, right? That's one part, and then we all know about carbon emission and the climate which is there. So I would say those, and then of course the biases, like we all know about AI, right? The different type of biases it can create. Think of a scenario when you have a quantum AI together, right? It gets exponentially exposed in terms of all of those different type of biases, which unless we address it early on, before it really takes really a commercial use, the issue is it'll be too far out, and I don't think we'll be able to even catch hold of a bias is actually happening. Forget about where it is happening and how it is happening. So those, I think, are really big risks that we stand on unless we sort of sort this part out. And I would just close with saying that this isn't any one part of the world, like a regulator or a government. It has to be a collaborative effort between all policymakers, regulators, industry, academia, all of us, to have really active dialogues and figure this out as we progress.
Thank you, Rupesh. I'm going to shift gears a bit. And before I get to Anand, let me ask the students who are in this room, how many of you all have quantum as a subject in your curriculum? Anyone? Only one hand raised. So a lot needs to be done, and so that leads me to the question to Anand. You know, we really have a big shortage of talent. We really need people with skills to work on these really cutting edge technologies. So your views in terms of how do we really build this talent pipeline? I was just reading that we have a significant shortage of talent in areas like optics, atomic physics, and ultra cold ions. These more on the engineering side, but beyond that, what else we should be doing from a talent and skill development perspective, Anand?
I'm not going to ask you to repeat those. So, I think Lingam led the way by asking some frightening questions about maths. So again, going back to our college days, quite a few of the folks would have said, I don't want to go towards maths or physics, won't go that direction. But whether we like it or not, with AI and quantum, all of these new technologies leading the way, maths, along with some elements of physics, is definitely going to play a role, whether we like it or not. To begin with, before we even go to the quantum side of things, to what Lingam mentioned about vector algebra, etc., take it few more steps ahead. Calculus, again, if you're interested in calculus, no need to raise hands, but calculus is going to be there when you wake up tomorrow. And probability and statistics, it's nice to play some games around probability and statistics, like tossing a coin, playing deck of cards, but when it comes to actual statistics and statistical modeling, that's where the rubber hits the road, right? So core statistical modeling, I know many may not be fans of regression analysis, etc., but that's going to play a key role, because any data, for all of these to work well, the underlying data is important. So in many of my interactions with academia, university students, AI is only the front end. Look at it just as a good UI, right? And what works well, if AI works well, if the data underneath is going to be good, if the model we are building is pretty solid. And bad data, bad outcome. We have seen enough examples even in the political, economical world for that matter, based on how bad the data could be, how the outcome translates to. So statistical modeling, deeper understanding of statistical modeling, regression analysis, coefficient analysis, given a set of data trends, we have to brush up all our mathematics skills in terms of building models using those. So that's before we even get into the physics side of things around quantum, whether it's academia in partnership with corporates, need to continue to invest on statistical modeling talent, right? That includes everything in the data. And also look at how do I map data to the business outcome. Today we focus a lot on the technology side. We talk about Python, R, Java was a craze back then, C++. All of us have been developers and grown up from there. These technology skills, tools, etc., depend on a common framework. To be very clear, in terms of the business side of things, many of us do not focus, right? So if I have a data set, first try to understand where is this data coming from? Is this from a retail website which talks about in the last 1 hour what people have browsed on? Or is it a financial transaction site, banking site, where so much of money transfers have happened, so many, let's say, fund transfer module has thrown out some data. Try to map the data to business elements. So that's going to be a very key skill in terms of business analysis, mapping to data. And going forward, mapping to the physics aspects of it, right? Quantum, Srini put it rightly, it's going to be like the back end. It's not like everyone here is going to break our head to work on the core hardware back-end side of things, but it's good to understand how the zeros and ones work for it to be very efficient. For that, if your data model is good, if your understanding of data is good, the data mapping that you would have done to the business outcome is good, then naturally quantum as a whole, the efficiency improves. So to summarize, my request and ask could be, over the next couple of years, it would be important for the corporates, academia, students, professionals as a whole to invest a lot of their effort around analytics, statistical modeling, and also tying it to what Rupesh mentioned, the ethical aspects of it. How do I handle those data in a very careful manner so that I have a responsibility when I handle so much data? How do I build the right set of models without any bias? So these are going to be important aspects. Probably 2-3 years down the line when we do Umagine or a similar session, we can get further into some of the hardcore physics concept, but won't bore everyone with that for now. I think still we have some more time again on that front.
Yeah, I think very good point that you raised. Mapping data to business outcomes, that skill is so critical. And you touched briefly upon the model development and leads me to Naren next. Naren, so we keep hearing and reading about how the time and effort and the cost involved in training all these large language models, right? And this whole aspect about model development. Do you think quantum can in a way revolutionize the AI model development, Naren?
I just wanted to continue the thought from Anand and the previous thing is, the NVIDIA CEO, when he actually said, he also said the same thing. Technology and engineering is our problem. We go and understand the business. Then everything you will have in your hand, right? I have my colleagues in this room. So if you go and use your cloud resources, GCP or Azure, they already provision Azure Quantum or GCP resources for quantum. That means the power of that processing is there. But first thing is go and do the quantum cost estimator that the same services are providing, because we don't appreciate even cloud estimator, right? So first do that, identify the use case, business use case, and going back to the outcome of the value that is going to derive, and then apply, right? Every organization, if it is a right use case, right outcomes, benefits, will actually go and invest, right? So definitely that is going to happen. So, and going back to so there is a lot of resources that are available. IBM actually, when they release their quantum, they actually take classes. There's courses that are freely available. The resources, means Microsoft has a Q#, right? I think all of us will continue to evolve on this programming languages. So the Google has released the circuits concepts to enable all this quantum. So there's a technology aspect of it, but we have to go and invest ourselves on the business knowledge and business domain aspect so that we'll actually appreciate the technology that is actually coming to go and solve this problem, right? Going back, the reason when I was mentioning about the APIs or the missionaries of the program, the framework, Google has their own Python framework for this, right? The efficiency and the ethical aspect is coming from a sustainability aspect. Mr. Lingam was mentioning about the processing itself, right? So what is the relevant use case that we have to use this technology? That has to be very good. I mean, there's a lot of research going on which is the most efficient programming language. C tops all of it, right? So means today people are used with the framework packages and all those things. We have to be careful enough on what we are actually using and what for, right? Ethical standard, Rupesh covered about the people aspect, and I think you mentioned about the front end being the AI and the back end being the quantum. How the people process itself is going to change, and the value of the people. So there's so the challenging part for all the software engineers here is going to be just not going to be software requirements or the non-functional requirements, but also consider about the other social aspects of it, consumption aspect of it. So there's going to be a lot more challenging for a software engineering role when they actually do or go and solve the problem, right? I'll pause there. Thank you.
Just a quick response on the model development.
Yeah. So means the tools actually have those frameworks, right? Means traditionally earlier I was actually mentioning we actually have a clear model governance and go and actually means all this regression and all this. See, today people say that they do model development, but end up using some of the packages which says like logistic regression or all these things are being quantum, right? I mean, there are packages that have been available, but the underlying part is uh, the scalability of this model and where we are going to apply actually going to be very crucial. Because personally, I've done model development, but at least in our area, there are use cases which Rupesh mentioned: fraud, anti-money laundering, claims investigation, all those things. But I think within our space, there's some time to go.
Okay, good. Okay, I want to get Srinivas back into the discussion. And Srinivas, if you really have to realize the value of quantum and make sure that it really creates that impact, the collaboration is obviously needed with all these stakeholders. And I just briefly covered about who are the key stakeholders. So I just wanted to get your view on that, the collaboration aspect, and how do you see future of quantum maybe 3 to 5 years from now?
So before I jump into the collaboration aspect, just wanted to tell that classical computing and quantum computing are basically the same. The only difference that you see is quantum computing addresses the time challenge, which means it is much faster than quantum computing, right? That is the only difference. Basically, the outcomes are the same, but it addresses the time challenge. Now, when we were talking about use cases, you have to be judicious in terms of saying, where do we address it where classical computing fails the time challenge, right? That is what it is, okay? So now, when we talk about these, and we have spoken about the dangers of technology. One of the podcasts I was hearing about, what if a bunch of drones were loaded with AI with a hunt and kill algorithm, right? And imagine the amount of destruction it could cause, right? So when we talk about, having collaborations, it is all about setting up governance frameworks, like, we did for the nuclear non-proliferation, right? Saying that you can do this, you cannot do this. You should not do this, absolutely. So certain rules, guidelines on how this technology is applied and where all they are used, right? One being the ethical part of it, but there is also the cultural aspect of it, the social cost involved, and all of those has to be seen. And I'm hoping very soon that there will be collaborations between the academia and industry in terms of the use cases, the industry and the government in terms of the regulations, and in between the governments globally in terms of an understanding of how these technologies are leveraged and for which purposes. Ideally, they should be used only for improving the quality of life and efficiency of businesses and nothing else. But, it's a very, very competitive world out there. And the first persons to push back on such things will be the technology companies themselves, saying that, no, we don't want to have, constraints around how we want to use. But that is the fact of the matter. And I think we will evolve. This is a ongoing journey. And it will evolve. We will learn these things. And it's only through experience that I guess the systems and frameworks will fall in place.
It is evolving indeed, Srinivas. So we have time to take 1 or 2 questions. So if any of you have any questions, please introduce yourself and kindly mention to whom you are directing the question to. So can we have a mic for this gentleman here, please? Can we get a mic for him? If you can make your question brief, that will be good so that we can try to get another question in. Yeah.
Sure. My name is Manivandan Janaki Raman. I work in the UK. I came for a holiday, so quickly using this opportunity to attend the sessions. My question is, we have heard about the benefits of quantum computing. My immediate question across all the panelists, what are the short-term solutions that quantum can solve, and what are the long-term that we can see? Some of the use cases have been mentioned, but with the technology that we have today, what are the challenges we can address in, let's say, 3 to 5 years?
Anyone wants to take it?
Theoretically, if we use, for example, quantum entanglement, right? And today, when we do space exploration and we wait for data to arrive to us for 6 years, 7 years before we receive the first picture from somewhere, right? Potentially, using quantum entanglement, it could be made much faster. Instantaneous, actually. I mean, theoretically, that is what it is, right? So that is one of the things that I could think of where we say near term, safely do stuff.
I think I'll have just one example. There's a lot of work which is happening around supply chain management. And that is something which the world over is quite a worry across the world. And there's a lot of work which is going on. So if I were to bet my personal money on it, I would say supply chain management is one where you would see the actual use case, develop it using quantum AI. I can take it offline if that's all right, if you don't mind.
Other area.
But by the way, it's a very good use of using your holiday to come to a conference like this.
The other area that we may not evidently see, but inherently every company will actually invest is quantum resistant. That is, investing on cybersecurity, that how can the organization or systems can be protected from the quantum cyber attacks, right? Because they may actually get the huge data. Your impact or hacking may not immediate, but they can actually harvest the data. So how can you actually have a quantum resistant using some of the processing and the cybersecurity principles, right? As an application layer, all the domains may use it. I see that could be an immediate use case, I would see.
Yeah, thank you. We have time for one more question, and it'll be nice if a student asks this question. So, are you a student? Okay, please go ahead. Yeah, so, what's your name and whom are you directing the question to? Can we get a mic for him, please?
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay, my name is Lakshman. I'm working as a technical architect in Unlimited Innovation. And I'm doing my BITS Pilani as a course of data science and engineering. That's why I raised hands on vector sites. Okay. My question is like, before 2 days, I'm just learning about quantum and stuff. And got some information that the question for me is right on the cryptography perspective of it. Because quantum, with coming up with the existing RSA and everything and stuff, it can be breakable. What is the thought on you, and where are we on the cryptocurrency, so cryptography, in a perspective of breaking existing algorithms?
Great question. Anyone wants to take that? Anand, you want to take it?
Well, pretty complex in terms of what has been happening there. At this point in time, there needs to be, going back to your question around how this can change the existing scenario, the existing security models, etc., need to evolve for that matter, right? So, this is the topic as a whole, to Naren's point, where quantum cybersecurity security aspects need come into play, and to the current models as they evolve, what is going to also happen is there needs to be more governance around how some of this data transmissions happen. So how well encrypted your data is going to be. Still more work to be done in this space. Currently, we rely on some of the traditional masking and encryption algorithms to begin with. Almost every alternate day, every week, we hear about cybersecurity incidents and so on and so forth. This is not just due to lack of controls in place, but newer ways are always found out to even break existing algorithms, existing measures that are put in. So while there is a lot more research that needs to be done in this space, I would say that strengthening that entire encryption, masking, and overall governance around how data transmission in terms of the entire modeling, etc., that is built around it, that is going to be key. Beyond that, the processing power in terms of how quickly we can react to some of the incidents that happen through a machine learning algorithm. Today, a lot of things are manual. When some attack happens or some intrusion happens, our approach is to go step by step to figure out where the intrusion has happened. Tomorrow, where AI and quantum would help us in terms of enabling us to automatically understand where the intrusions are and look at possible potential opportunities to see whether something like that cannot repeat in the on an ongoing basis. That's one aspect of it.
Yeah, just 20-second answer. One, I think across the industry, there is a huge worry. Theoretically, quantum can break every single encryption method that we have today, right? So that's a theoretical aspect, right? So that's a huge worry for the industry because potentially everything would be known in public and all of that, right? So the big challenge to this industry as it develops is how to create quantum resistant encryption. And we don't have an answer to this because the problem is also theoretical to an extent. But those are two real problems that we have to deal with. At least I don't know if there is an answer that we know today.
It's probably already broken, but no one will tell you.
You're not supposed to spill the beans, Lingam.
Yeah, that encryption modeling, that entire space is very raw at this point in time. Still, it's evolving, and that has to be pretty much strengthened, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an ongoing learning process. That's what I said. With AI and quantum, you are going to learn more and learn about potential future attacks that may happen, but it's very, very infancy and raw stage at this point. Anything we say will be theoretical, in my opinion.
One last question, yes.
Yeah.
Your name and whom are you directing the question
Yeah,
to?
I am Murali Krishnan Chinnurai, engineer turned to journalist.
Interesting.
Right. So my question is that to the panelist usually, nowadays no artificial intelligence comes to edge, mobile end. Like that we have very quantum in cloud. How about the quantum in edge? What are the possibilities? How long it will take to have quantum at edge?
Anyone wants to take that?
Yeah, no, it's already available, right? It's like how much you wanted to invest or use it. That is what it is. I was actually mentioning, if you go and research, like, see, earlier cloud wasn't there, but now you can spin your VM and then you can go and take Azure Quantum Services or GCP services, quantum processing and languages, frameworks, good things, both the major, all the three major players have open source the programming language also, right? If you go and look into, you can actually use and leverage it. So it is already available, but it's not that the other cloud credits that the people will give, so that is not there yet. Yeah.
Okay, we've completely run out of time. Oh, sorry. Madam, can I take this question?
So this is specifically on how the quantum in personalization will be helping, because we have AI applying quantum to this AI and bringing the personalization. Can you little bit brief about this use case?
Personalization, I think.
Well, again, it's not, for what is happening today, it's going to be built on top of that. Today, when we talk about personalization, right? So the best example, still companies are mastering even that, right? If you go to many of the websites today, let's take a simple customer experience website. You go and type, I have this problem. Then you are asked to type few more inputs and then the solution comes up. Sometimes the solution is not up to our satisfaction. Whereas if you look at websites like Shopify, the retail websites, once you go and type something like, let's say Umagine, then it automatically personalizes and gives you a generative AI-based approach in terms of, within Umagine, these are the things possibly you want to see. Which one do you want to select? Rather than me talking about each and every session and trying to understand, it personalizes the content based on how, what I am looking for, right? So companies have made progress there. I don't see a drastic change in terms of how quantum is going to just change personalization as a whole, but it's going to bring in more power in terms of the features that are going to be automatically delivered or proactively delivered to a customer without him or her asking about it, right? That would be the next phase in terms of how personalization will evolve.
Sunil, can I, yeah, not just for this question, but just generally 10 seconds. A lot of people must be wondering why we are talking about quantum, which is still a very theoretical concept. My request to all of you is, just like any other technology, don't assume that it's not going to happen, right? It will happen, so prepare for it, work towards it, right? Panelists here have talked about a lot of sources where you can get information from, Womanium, Tonix. They have 60 plus hours of training on quantum so that you have an understanding of that. So especially for students and early professionals, my request would be to sort of understand this a little better. I don't want India to be left behind in that race.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Sir,
Thank
and
you.
for your use case, you don't need quantum, like the power processing, the machine learning itself will take care of your use case.
Thank you. So we've completely run out of time, but thank you, Rupesh, Anand, Naren, and Srinivas for sharing your insights. A great discussion. We covered quite a lot in this 45 minutes. We talked about potential use cases, some of the ethical and societal impacts, environmental impacts, the need for collaboration. And so quite a lot that we covered in this 45 minutes. I'm just hoping that when we have Umagine 28, 20, 29, or maybe 29 or 30, we'll actually talk about use cases, productionized use cases, and people coming and talking about real impact of quantum. Hopefully that will happen 3 to 4 years from now. But thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing a lot of insights on quantum computing. And it was very fruitful for all of you, I guess. So now may I request Ms. Vishnupriya, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu e-Governance, to felicitate our speakers and panelists over here. I request you to felicitate Mr. Sunil David, ex-Regional Director, IoT AT&T India. Let's give a huge round of applause, please. May I request you to felicitate Mr. Srinivas Lingam, CEO of Centrico India Private Limited. And to felicitate Mr. Naren Sundaram, SVP and Head of India, Sagent India. I also request you to felicitate Mr. Anand Mohan Ram, Managing Director, Cooper India, GCC. May I request you to felicitate Mr. Rupesh Goyal, Head of Credit, First Citizens India. Can we all join for the group photograph, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can you guys please give a huge round of applause to these speakers on stage? Thank you so much. Thank you. The next topic, I'm very sure you will be having a lot of questions to ask the speaker, because that is going to be a very, very interesting topic and also engaging topic. So the next panel discussion is going to happen just in few minutes. So our speakers are here. You can even just do your networking. If you have any questions or doubts, you can even ask them. They will be very happy to answer you. So the next panel discussion will be happening in next 5 minutes. So the topic is leveraging AI in cyber defense. Can we predict and prevent crime leveraging AI? So this is going to be the topic for the next panel discussion, and it is going to be very interesting because it is all about the crime defense and AI that is working together. We are going to speak a lot about it. So requesting you all to be back here and take your seats. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everybody to please take your seat and get comfortable, settle down to get inspired for the next panel discussion that is going to happen. Please get settled and take your seat. Make yourself comfortable because the next discussion is going to be like a hot seat. And you guys can list out all the questions that you want to ask. All right, the next panel discussion is going to be on the topic, leveraging AI in cyber defense. Can we predict and prevent crime leveraging AI? That is the topic that is going to happen. So for the panel discussion, may I request the moderator, Mr. Vivek Raja, Supreme Court Counsel, to please join here on stage. Can we give a big round of applause, please? With a noteworthy legal career that spans nearly 15 years, Mr. Vivek Raja is an accomplished advocate in the Republic of India and a barrister in England. His professional expertise covers a broad spectrum of legal, including corporate commercial disputes, white-collar crimes, regulatory affairs, and constitutional matters, reflecting his versatility as a legal practitioner. And we are so happy that we are having you here, sir. Thank you. And now I would like to invite our speakers for this particular panel discussion. May I request Mr. Sandeep Rai Rathore, IPS, DGP, Training, Police Training Headquarters, Chennai, to please join the panel. Mr. Sandeep Rai Rathore is a distinguished officer of the Indian Police Service, known for his exceptional leadership and dedication to public safety. With years of experience in law enforcement, he has played a pivotal role in maintaining law and order and enhancing public security in various capacities. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. And now, may I request the next speaker, Professor Nandan Sudarsanam, Vadwani School of AI and Data Science, IIT Madras, to please join here. Professor Nandan Sudarsanam, a faculty member at the Vadwani School of AI and Data Science, IIT Madras, specializes in applied machine learning, data science, and AI-driven solutions. His research focuses on leveraging AI for societal impact, combining the academic with real-world applications. He is a leading voice in AI innovation and education. Thank you so much, all the three of you, to please joining here. So now you can take over the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to everyone. I think we have a very interesting topic to discuss, not because it is academically relevant, because I think that AI in policing is something that will become, if it not already is, integral to how the police manage and ensure public order. And I think that's an aspect that I look forward to hearing more about. But if I can just set the context about what we are doing here, it is important to understand that predictive policing is not alien to India. It is not something that is unheard of or something that has been triggered as a consequence of AI, not at all. Predictive policing is something that has been part of our Indian legal system since 1860, and now under the new act, you have offenses which can be charged on the basis of preparation made by offenders. You can catch them, nab them, conspiracy, abetment, attempt, several of them. What AI does, as I understand, is it augments the individual officer's ability to target through pattern recognition, through assessment and analysis at a much speedier level. The ability to then deploy resources and identify what needs to be done where before something can happen. very interestingly, and before I move on to, I understand that there is a presentation which will help all of us understand. I understand that there were 3 real gradients to AI in policing. The first is predictive policing, which we will be speaking about in a moment. The second is urgent response policing, and this was something I was very interested to hear, because I read that in Baltimore, in US, what they do is they do a gunshot detection AI tool. What happens is that there are CCTV cameras, and as soon as there is a gunshot anywhere in the city, the AI CCTV system captures it, and without anyone calling 911, there is an immediate dispatch of not just police, but also an ambulance. So very interesting, urgent response. And then there is investigative AI. Like in Delhi, we recently discovered that using AI, you were able to bring to life a victim who had passed away, whose face was disfigured, open his eyes using AI tools, make sure that the poster reflected the true individual. And in 2 weeks, I'm told, they were able to nab the apprehenders. You see, these are all very interesting tools and very exciting, because at the end of the day, it provides for protection to the individual. And that's something which, if predictive AI can be put in motion in India, as it is slowly being put in motion everywhere else, will be a great boon for us. Now, that having been said, if I can request Mr. Rathore to explain the presentation that you have in place for us.
Thank you so much. But I believe before we said, because it's not a But in case these deep fakes, when they are coming, how do we tackle them in future? Before even they are broadcasted or they are circulated, how do we tackle them? So in India, I've just, I have to, the chairperson of today's panel, please bail me out if I miss something. So we already have an Information Technology Act, now the new BNS which has come. So there is another, the Personal Data Protection. So we technically, as of now, when we stand here, we don't have a real law governing AI. So the AI governing law, we are using these various laws which are historically available to us to register cases and then to move forward for prosecutions. So there is something on Envil which I'll just come in my later presentation. So in this I have tried to show what are the global response, what are the other, those in the Western world, in the Western hemisphere, what they have done. So in US we have got some act that is called Digital Service Act. Then European Union is the only union where they actually have a proper AI Act 2024. They have set a basic guidelines. Now these guidelines are not only applicable to the European continent, it can be adopted as a basic thing for us also. Then UK I have mentioned because now UK is not part of the European Union. Australia and then China. China also, it is way back in 2021. This is what they are using. Now this is the proposed Digital India Act. So what does it entail? Now it will have a lot of things which have evolved since 2000. Now we are in 2025, say 25 years down. But kind of quantum leap we have taken in the digital scape. Now the key objectives of the Act also, I have mentioned how to account for most of the offenses which will come and how to use technology also. So now AI and cyber security. Cyber security is a dimension which is a protective dimension. It may not be purely a police or an enforcement kind of a job. It is something an individual or a company or everybody has to do. Something like in our house, why do we put locks? It is not mandated by any law in India that you should put a lock in your house, but we do put. It is for personal protection. Why do you lock your car? Why do you park your car safely? So these are some things which we are supposed to do for our own safety. So now AI in cyber security, which all of us individually or collectively will have to do. When there is a breach, of course, then we will come into play. The enforcement agencies, how to take the case forward. So in this, I have given certain things which one needs to be careful about. So these are various, I thought when we do this, one should know where are the different kind of tools. So these are openly available, one can purchase also, and then you can modify. So some of them have been used. I have given later on just 2-3 case studies just for your thing if you would like to take this away with you. So these are various tools which we have gone through and we found them to be useful. Our both officers also, they verified. So now there are once we have AI, so a lot of things will go in automated response. So you may not need human intervention or human intervention. So a lot of things will have automatically. So there is something which will be, the response will be very fast. So time taken also will be very fast. The containment method also will be very fast. So all these things will come once you have automated response. Similarly, how do you predictive policing, which we discussed? See, policing historically is based out of records. We have criminal records, we have history sheets, you would have heard in the news also that so-and-so criminal committed an offense, but he was not under police watch because he was not a history sheeter. So like that, we have records. That's how we watch people who do offenses. Sometimes they don't come within our qualification because of technical reasons. So in these kind of things also, what are the various steps which will be required for predictive analysis? Now the benefit, of course, there are many benefits, like putting a lock in your house, there are a lot of benefits. Similarly, using AI in cyber security, there are going to be a lot of benefits for you. Now AI's role in crime prevention. So this is something which has happened Say for example, we were discussing just before we started, suppose an offense happened of chain snatching somewhere in Chennai today. Say for example, Basant Avenue, Basant Nagar. We had last year also same time of the year offenses happened. But now we connect the dots manually, physically, and lot of our investigators are very good. So they have all this knowledge data banks are Andamadri chain snatcher recently got released. So our vandana in the ammo, avarude ammo da, kalil naalarai manida varavara, like that he will tell us. So these are all basic level. But then what will happen, we'll have this tool, we'll feed the data. He'll tell us, he's already come out of jail, he's going to commit here at this place. So before that, we'll send a patrol, something like that. It's a very easy thing, it's nothing difficult. We have been doing it. But the work is going to become easier and more pointed. And maybe we will spend less resources to come to these kind of predictions. So evidence gathering, that is what the Delhi police example, which has been just recently spoken about. So these were some case studies which have been proven where AI was used. So I just, we could list out something, a Marriott hotel, there a lot of data was breached. So similarly, the Irish Bank and City of London Police. City of London has two police. One is the City of London where the Westminster is there, which is a smaller one. Then the Greater Metropolitan Police of London, which is actually called the Scotland Yard. So they tried this. About prioritizing crimes which needs to be focused upon. So today there can be something, a house theft would have been there. But then there is another case, not only house theft along with the value of property is much more. Of course, I will know. But now the tool is going to prioritize. Like that, they are saying which to put your resources, to which case, how to put is all coming here. So this is something which I was going through, I found, see, AI can be used both ways. It's like a knife. When it is a sharp knife, you can use it as a tool. But if you don't want to use it, you can use to cause harm also to somebody. So same thing is here for AI. You can either use it in a proper manner or you can use it in unethical manner. So even for law enforcement agencies and people like us who will have access to them, so there is a limit we need to define. Actually, the European Act, which has come, AI Act, it is a more regulatory act than an enforcement act. It actually says what can be done and what cannot be done. So certain agencies, what they were doing, they have been told to stop. So this consideration, I think, once we use a tool, all of us will have to be very clear about it, to what extent we use it. So now accountability and transparency is a offshoot of that only. Because later on also we'll have to justify, police is a prosecutor agency, we'll have to go to the court of law, we'll have to justify ourselves. So these are something, what we can do, time taken and all is very self-explanatory. So in conclusion, how we have, so what is the cyber security scape we have, how do we balance, and what is the ongoing evolution, and what is the future outlook for the AI and use it as a tool in prevention of crime and detection of crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, that was very informative and also very concise for us to understand the entire landscape of what we are actually dealing with. But two things that stand out, I mean, several things stand out, but conscious that we have time for probably two things that stand out specifically. One, the automatic decision making that you alluded to with respect to AI taking decisions on the basis of information it considers. I actually want to ask first the professor and then of course to you, whether we are at a position today where we can leverage that sort of automated authority to AI, and if not, what are the specific areas that we need to be cautious about?
Yeah. No, I think that's a great question. The very quick answer is no. We're not ready at all. But when we talk about automation, it can definitely be at the layer of being, it can go from predictive to prescriptive. So it can actually tell you things like, hey, you know, this might be the best So predictive would just mean, I think there's a high probability of a crime in this location. Prescriptive would be like, hey, you should send a beat police route there. They're both not the same thing. You would actually think wherever it's most likely, send the police, but it's not. It can be a little more complicated because there might be areas where you don't know what's going to happen. And so just to gather the data, you might want to send, it's like more like a reconnaissance of sorts. So definitely not at the layer of taking automated decisions, but where I do definitely see, and that's true about AI in most spheres, right? Like even in healthcare, for instance, we would not let the AI make the decision. We would let the AI inform the doctor, or we would let the AI inform the police, and then there is some amount of processing that information. But now if I take one layer down after that, of course there is the layer of investigation. After a crime has happened, some kind of automation that AI can help with sifting through data. And while that is very useful, that's not the full potential of AI, right? It's not scalable. So now if I go to the step of, hey, predicting, that is looking ahead of time, I just want to quickly talk about perhaps this continuum where AI can be more powerful and perhaps where it's less. Unquestionably, I can see that in financial transactional data, AI can be really powerful because the data is extremely, it's there, it's digital, it's not noisy, right? And there I kind of see financial institutions. I've worked with a couple of multinational banks on surveillance and fraud being led by the financial institutions themselves. So I don't know to what extent police need to champion this stage because that becomes more investigative at some level. The second layer, which is of course the more run-of-the-mill predictive policing. And again, being mindful of time, I'll quickly tell you a couple of challenges that actually there in my case studies itself, right? So we said, let's create a spatio-temporal map. That means across the city or state and across time, likelihood of different types of crime. So you can either do it crime overall or you can take different types of crime. And you actually have this kind of cool video of like a heat map of red and green, you know, kind of changing, saying what is the likelihood. And this is something called a classification analysis inside AI. It's a very simple thing. You know, you put it into a machine learning model. It tells you probability that a crime is going to be committed. Now, they said, what are you going to use it for? One, insight, sure. But second, the police was thinking, saying, hey, we could, you know, do resource allocation, beat police routes based on that. Now, that would have been a terrible idea, as I was informed later, because a region that is a hot pocket of crime, sure, it's most likely a hot pocket of crime. The model comes out, predicts there's a very high likelihood. The region that is a low crime region, you don't know if it's a low crime region because spatio-temporally it's a low crime region, or it's because of pre-existing police presence there, which is nowhere in the data. So now if I sit and take this heat map and tell the police you got to allocate resources according to this, all you will be doing is taking people who are actually there, reducing crime in the really bad regions and putting them in regions which are moderately bad and I would have done worse than good. So you see how much there are challenges even to something that's such a basic classification problem because, for instance, pre-existing beat police routes might not have been digitized, whereas FIRs and CSRs and diaries are registered.
That's actually a very interesting point, and maybe I can lean on you here. Is that something that you see with contextualizing the existing criminal record to form a data set for AI? Is that a very big task? Because you're talking about records that are decades old. How does one deal with that practically?
The first one was a very interesting point. I'll just like to substitute the professor here. Like he made analysis about how to allocate resources. So suppose we do use AI as a tool to allocate resources or to do sort of decision making for you. But let me tell you, in our kind of work and a job, what we do, you may not be able to delegate your responsibility and decision making to a very vast extent. Because suppose there is an error of judgment, what we discuss about ethical use. Yeah, so suppose we are not able to do that, the whole system is going to fall flat. And whoever officer in charge, because we are a very hierarchical structure, so somebody who makes a wrong decision or a judgment based on some kind of a tool or something, it's going to lead to a lot of confusion and a problem. So what does you have actually it can reduce the time taken to make a decision, I think. That would be more appropriate. So the huge data which is required to make a decision would be available to you in a shorter period. So once that is done, we are not at a stage where we can actually move to that kind of an era. So we need the present context, and we need speedy decision making data to be available to us. So I think I agree, and a very good example he gave. Why that hotspot was not there? Maybe because already pre-existing setups. Say for example, you are from Delhi, you know New Delhi area. New Delhi area will not report much crime because there is so much of presence of police. But whereas if you go to North Delhi or East Delhi, you will have a different thing. So had we had that kind of a setup, that hotspot will not come. So allocating of resources, we need to really consider. So that was one point I just thought it came to my mind. We cannot do that. So now coming to the thing.
Contextualizing the crime record. Because today we have record. And I think what's emanating from this is that the hotspot may be absent for a variety of reasons. So how do you contextualize record today?
See, what is available today, we use heavily something called the CCTNS network. Right from our FIR to investigation, we are using the CCTNS system. So this has more so in last 10 years, it has come and it is robust now. Before that, most of the records were manually written or they were in register forms. So there is a project even we would like to undertake now, something called digitalization of our records, old records. Earlier digitalization, if you would say, is only scanning the record, and after scanning the record, just keeping it with you. It's a voluminous data and we cannot cull it out. So now the next stage, when we have already have these tools like CCTNS, the formats are already set in. And actually one of the person who implemented CCTNS and was championing, my own batchmate has just come here now. Pradeep was there that time in MHA, and next to him, of course, we are a set of 3 batchmates already here. So Pradeep was doing CCTNS as part of his modernization job. So what you said, once we digitalize the old data, say maybe 2010 and before, some of those criminals which are also active, he might have been a young criminal. So now he would have matured. But when the data is digitalized, then what you're talking about will actually come. As of now, we don't have anything which we can actually incorporate the old data with the present in the same language we speak. It won't be the same thing. So once it is done, only the stage will come what you're talking about. So we have been visualizing some kind of digitalization. Some projects are already on the anvil in police department also. So, but as of now, we are in a very, very rudimentary and a primary stage.
Well, that's good and bad in a way, in the sense that it gives you a clean data set to build on now, because you can add context to what you're collecting now. And in the meantime, we can add the data, because without data, I understand that AI cannot function.
Yeah, and I gave you this one example of where, going blindly by the data does not make sense in terms of criminal activity because you don't know some of the other things. I'd love to hear your thoughts, sir, also on another problem, right, which is bulking of crime, right? So there's a huge, and I know it's a little bit of a bad word in this forum, but it's a global problem, so we don't have to, this thing. But where you move from criminal activity to reporting of crime to registering of crime, and there's a lot of slippage somewhere there. So even when you have the CCTNS data, one of the challenges that I foresee is that responding to that is you're responding to registration of crime, and you're not responding to criminal activity per se. And if registration to activity is like a 5% or a 3%, then all you're responding to is the more honest registration and not to actual activity. And we found a lot of this, when we moved from the number 100 call records all the way to FIRs and trying to correlate that, as well as we had this beautiful natural experiment called COVID. It's a horrible thing for lots of people, but this was the first time when we were able to test some of the theories called routine activity theory and so on, where mobility comes down and you actually expect a lot of crime to come down in certain places. And it did during the full lockdown. But during the partial lockdown, we saw a complete reversal, which tells us that, again, the bigger driver of this output variable called registered crime is more about people choosing and wanting and knowing that they should report the crime, not necessarily the activity. So how do you foresee, working through this or combating this?
I'll just give you the present scenario, how things work as we talk. What happens earlier on, you could only go to the police station, register a case. Case registration doesn't start by FIR itself. You can give a complaint in any form. You can give it in a paper or you can get a CSR. Otherwise, you could earlier on send a mail also, registered post. Those were the earlier methods. Now we have migrated to another sort of complaints, e-complaint, which we are there in Tamil Nadu Police website and Government of Tamil Nadu site also. Actually, you can register and you can give your complaint and you will get an acknowledgement number. So it is a great move from what we had before to now. As on today, your complaint number is not an FIR. It is only acknowledging that we are in receipt of your complaint, like what Delhi Police does beautifully. They started is that zero FIR. Yes. Earlier on, giving each and every complaint a FIR was a different thing because we have to send one copy to the court.
Yes.
And then it goes through the whole circle of review.
Yes.
So lot of them were, say for example, I have lost my mobile phone. Now the losing of a mobile phone for you may have lot of other things. You cannot expect, maybe your phone may not be detected. But of course, you may need it to, if you have got an insurance or you've got something else, so you need. So that immediately now you register, you get a zero FIR. Yes. So you can use for your purpose. Yes. Similarly for stolen vehicles. Stolen vehicles have again a huge problem. Again, the insurance and all are there. So now we have migrated from an era where your complaint could be lost. What we in police old language we used to call burking. So when it is given to you, you decide what you want to register and you decide what you don't want. So you will see in the sometime old time, if you go to a police station, a lot of people are hanging around outside. They are actually hanging around that, please take action or register my complaint. But now that thing is actually can be done. So we have in Tamil Nadu government, since last 2 years, we started another project, something called the reception officers. So now reception officers are available in all the police stations. I can tell for sure for Greater Chennai Police, from morning to evening, working hours and plus minus 2 hours before working office hours. So they are there. Even if a police constable or somebody to take complaint is not there, they take your complaint. If you cannot even, you don't know how to read and write, they will help you, sit with you, prepare your complaint, log it, give you your number. That this is your complaint, it has been logged, we have registered it. So we have come to this stage. So, but how much is the level of awareness in all the complainants or the petitioners, whether this message has gone right up to everybody who is seeking relief from us. So we are at this stage. Now how do we move further from this stage to another stage, 100% compliance of all the complaints? Some of the cases are also, we cannot register under the prevalent law. I think
yes,
you will like to speak. I mean, maybe you tell us where we can actually put a FIR. Then there are a lot of cases we just cannot put FIR also.
You see, this particular aspect has been dealt with under the new law as well. Because under the earlier system, this concept of zero FIR was not something that was readily available. Now, say for example, you're traveling in Tamil Nadu, or you're traveling in Delhi, but you are from Tamil Nadu, and you come back to Tamil Nadu, you can still register a zero FIR under the new act. So your accessibility towards the police, towards the structure, towards security is far greater under the new act. And that will by itself ensure that there is a lesser amount of slippage. Now, until the system becomes perfect, and we are all striving to that, I think that will be difficult. But the zero FIR is a fantastic concept to be built in. And yes, under the Supreme Court judgments, there are some cases where prior to registering an offense, there has to be a preliminary inquiry. Because unfortunately, the police is burdened with a double-edged sword. One, they have to deal with ensuring that complaints are registered. Two, they have to ensure that the complaints are not frivolous or not filed for reasons other than what actually has been complained of. So this is something that one has to find
good
balances.
example in this, I'll tell you. Most of the complaints in Chennai Police, especially residential areas, slightly upwardly mobile areas also, we used to find the landlord will come and will file a case against his tenant. Now the tenant and landlord is actually a civil case. It's a civil transaction. You entered into an agreement, he violated, he is not leaving your house, he is not paying the rent. So that is actually goes to the civil side of the thing. It is not a criminal. But for the person, if he's an old gentleman and he has his, his children or support people are not here, he'll come to the police station. He expects us only one thing: I'm sitting here since morning, you are not coming to my house, not trying to get this fellow evicted from the house. So we have to go in circle again and again. We cannot be rude also. We cannot tell him to get out, that you are wasting our time. So this thing happens more. That's what I was saying. The most of the complaint, if you filter, 95% of the complaints are not the complaints where we can actually take criminal actions. They are civil in nature. But police being an interface where we can see as the first responder to answering to most of the problems which a citizen may face. So either we divert them to next forum, which we go, okay, kindly go there and follow these steps and method. So there is a something which maybe awareness also to an extent what police can do and what they cannot do, but acceptance of complaint, that which I was mentioning, we have gone as total sea change. Actually, the chances of missing a complaint now are almost zero. If you actually properly ensure that whatever the methods I've said, you follow one of them, it will be coming to us in whatever form.
You know, there's another aspect that I want to touch upon, conscious of the time, of course, which is of, and maybe you can weigh in here, Professor, of how do we ensure privacy when we are dealing with the amount of data, when we're dealing with AI, because we are now in a world where in India, privacy is a fundamental right. It was not expressed previously, now it has been expressly expressed. It's a fundamental right. Now, a model that I came across, which was very interesting, was in Paris, where during the COVID crisis immediately thereafter, they had CCTV cameras, which without identifying individuals, was able to identify whether masks were put on the face or not. So anonymous detection of criminal wrong. And I feel if that is something that can be deployed or is something that is doable in this context, it may serve two purposes. One, to see whether there are illegal substances that are being carried about, weaponry. If the police tomorrow have to deploy a task force, they should know, is the gentleman over there carrying a machine gun? Is he carrying a country-made pistol? What sort of armor am I supposed to wear? How do I be prepared? Is that something that we can build in here?
Yeah. I think, first of all, that's a very important aspect, and that's become a very popular aspect also in the academic circles, because people are looking at this not just from privacy standpoint, but ethical considerations and, you know, transparency, interpretability, explainability. All of these you can kind of broadly put under the notion of responsible AI, right? And so one of the things that we've started at IIT Madras under the Wadhwani School is a Center for Responsible AI, which focuses on precisely these questions. Now, none of these are going to be silver bullets, but many of the things that you're talking about are very possible and things that we should strive for. In fact, even with the State Crimes Record Bureau, one of the projects we didn't ultimately take it up. One of the important things was how do we get the data ready so that not just IIT Madras but other entities can work on it. So the project itself is about anonymization and making things synthetic. But if you think about it, anonymization is not just easy. It's not just going and removing the name or removing the address, because you still want some piece of information there that relates one person to the next and one address to the next, right? So how do I get rid of an address, but in some other mathematical framework somewhere, know that these two addresses were close without actually having the identity.
Very fine line balance
right.
that needs to be drawn over there. Yeah. Should we take some question before we close? Because I think
Yeah, my name is Elena Kannappan. I come from Silicon Valley in San Francisco. I've been involved in some of the cybersecurity initiatives in the US. I don't know whether you are aware of the roles and responsibilities framework developed by DHS recently. which brings the cloud and infrastructure providers, AI developers, as well as public sector and other civil societies and everybody together, and define the roles and responsibilities with trust and privacy in mind. Does India have a plan to create such framework for AI safety perspective?
Yes, maybe I can answer that because there is a draft AI bill that is being put together. We have now a model, you were alluding to it earlier, which is a European Act. And there is a draft AI bill in India. It is going to be considered. There are questions that have been asked, raised with respect to calling for public opinion, and it is in place. And I think it is a necessary first step to ensuring that there is a proper framework as was being suggested. I'm sorry, I think this is the last of the questions that we can take. I'm really sorry, given that we have a much more elaborate evening planned, but maybe you can catch them later and they can add value to your queries. So great. So I think we are told that there is enough time. So we can have enough number of questions then. Please feel free.
I am Muralikrishnan Madurai. Actually, in India, especially Tamil Nadu, there are a rise of cybercrime cases here. So what are the interventions by using AI? I know especially preventing, I can ask Professor on that, because is there any interventions in order to detect or prevent from the consequences of AI during the cyberspace?
Yeah. So I think that question comes from a little bit of a tech mindset where you're thinking a little bit more like, like Mission Impossible or something where we intercept and ahead of time. And those are not typically the areas that we find to be most fruitful. At least the technology doesn't seem to be there. I might be wrong. There might be other things going on. But having said that, where I do think there is value is in awareness. And awareness can be very targeted. So I'll talk about 2 or 3 places where AI can really help. One is, if you have a good predictive model, then you already know how, when a complaint comes in, we have actually built something that does an automatic classification of severity. So this is an actual project that we have. We have a published paper in crime science from this, where we use a recurrent neural network to immediately, as soon as a cybercrime comes in, and cybercrimes, by the way, are very different. In traditional theory, you have the 3 W's, which is the where, who, when, and the where goes away here. It doesn't matter, it's the digital space. The who also is very less important, because the who often focuses on saying, in routine activity theory, that the perpetrator, you need a perpetrator, you need a victim, you need the absence of police. Again, that becomes less of a moot point. Here you care a lot about how. Right? And the how becomes a great marker, how and the when, on the type of crime that is being committed. So we have you can definitely have models that immediately, as soon as a cybercrime comes in, and this goes to the end of the talk, where the AI can actually help in saying, hey, this you need to escalate immediately, because time is of the essence in cybercrime, right? Once, especially if it's a financial cybercrime, within the first 24 hours, the likelihood of catching the money and getting it back is substantially higher, and it plummets after that. So if the police actually have a thing that says, hey, this needs immediate escalation, whereas this can go into the back burner, that's something where it could be extremely powerful.
Still, these cyber criminals are more sophisticated than the governments and all. So the traceability of these cyber criminals, that's what a real challenge right now. Nowadays.
Actually, I wouldn't say that necessarily. For instance, what we have at least observed through another qualitative study that we did is a lot of cyber criminals right now are not more tech. They're more into behavioral psychology, a lot more. It's a lot more of, fear mongering. So what the book that they're using is more of the behavioral economics book, not of the deep tech, actually. If you know the most recent scams, the FedEx scam and so on, a lot of it is about fear mongering. A lot of it is about, making the victim feel a certain way rather than using more sophisticated technology.
Yes, even this absurd concept of digital arrest that happens. There is no such such concept in law, but it's pure fear mongering. You have somebody dressed up who's claiming to be somebody he clearly is not. And but I think awareness is something that you will agree it needs to be sort of aided in.
I'd like to just mention only one thing. I would not like to go into detail. See, the kind of resources the governments and the legit systems have, the criminals don't have. Accept that. Okay, they may be clever for a while, they may use something, what he's saying, psychological or something, but the kind of resources we have, they don't have. So the kind of impression what you're saying, it may vary. It is the times we are living into and how it is propagated. That's why I started in my presentation. What you are consuming now is what you're believing. But what is the truth is somewhere far from what you are having the sensory perception to believe. So that is what I'd like to say. I don't want to get into the details what we technically do and can do.
One last question actually. Regarding this, DPDP Act you mentioned in the your presentation as well. The privacy when AI comes in, and the privacy, the personal privacy and the CCTV, which is AI enabled CCTV, then personal's privacy of the persons, it's again continuously being monitored, right? When you started, lawyer, when you started, setting up the intro, you said that CCTV and all these things can be monitored. Policing is not new to India. That's what you said. But when AI enabled, policing, that will be entirely different, right?
Not necessarily. And I'll just very briefly answer this. Two things. One, police work and public order is legitimate state expectation with respect to whether or not privacy can be looked at from given the weighing of the concerns between protectionist and personal considerations. That's the first aspect. Second aspect, as we discussed, if anonymity can be taken into account when dealing with CCTV footage, then you don't need to go towards privacy at all. If you can anonymously record without breaching the fundamental right of privacy, then you don't have an issue. So I think there is a fine line balance, but that balance will only emerge when there is discussion, when there is collaboration, when there are questions that are asked. So I think that's something that we have to work towards.
So my name is Shahjahan. I'm actually a student, college student. I have personally worked a lot with AI and tools. I'm actually also currently working with robotics and applying AI in robotics. I have actually one question and something I'd like your opinion on. My question is that what's actually the real thing versus what's the hype about AI? Specifically, I've seen a lot of stuff about AI, both good and bad, more particularly like in terms of privacy or crime. I've heard that China is using AI to just monitor people and just to get who's where every time, every moment, what they are doing. And it's also detecting crimes and stuff. That is something I'm also being exposed to. At the same time, I personally know that AI hasn't become so powerful that it can, on its own, it can drive. It's not there yet. That's also something that I see in news and stuff. It's not there yet. But and then there's also all that hype about ChatGPT and AI being integrated into almost literally everything. So there's this multiple spheres where some people are just too into AI, or some people are saying that it's way too far off. They are just it's not very much practical. And personally, from my own experience, I've seen that when I try to implement these AI models that I study about, for example, YOLO and all those stuff in actual practical computing for my tasks, I see that it's not really in real time. The performance is not in real time as well. But the papers, they suggest a lot better processing and stuff. So where is it actually? What is true and what is it?
I'll answer that real quick. So I think there are two parts to your question. One is the good versus bad, the hype versus not. And so let me not try to answer the good versus bad, because in the end of the day, AI is a tool, and it's up to us as a society as to how we use it for the good or for the evil. And your good and my good, we might not even agree on those terms. And a lot of people who actually are, and as to your thing of, is it advanced enough that it can actually be bad? Well, it would be a bad thing if it's bad in the future also. So a lot of people who are scared of it are scared for the future. So no problem. Good versus bad, let's leave it aside. Hype versus not is something that I can weigh in a little bit more on. You see, AI is not going to go anywhere. I know, despite the fact that we've had something called the AI winters that happened in the 1970s and so on, we live in a very different age right now compared to back then. So no questions asked that, I mean, I remember back in the 2000s when the dot-com bubble burst, right? Like back then, IT and CS was like coming up in a big way. And I remember a lot of people saying, man, it's hyped. And you know, it's going to break, and it did. But where is IT now? It's right there. It's not going to go away, is what I'm saying. So even if it is hyped, even if there is a market correction, even if there are some jobs that are let go, you're not going to go 30 years from now saying, hey, remember this thing called AI, where is it now? It's going to be there in the living room. So that way, I wouldn't answer the question, is it hyped or not? Is it there to stay? Absolutely, yes.
I think that's unfortunately all we have time for, but I'm told that we have to head the other way. But I have to thank my eminent co-panelists. I've learned a fair amount today, and I look forward to learning more on the subject going ahead. Thank you very much, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you very much, requesting the panelists to be here on stage. Thank you so much for the practical examples and also the explanation that is happening in the panel discussion. Thank you so much once again. Now may I request Mr. Kumar Jayant, IAS Officer, Additional Chief Secretary, IT and Digital Services Department, to please felicitate our panelist over here. Let's give a huge round of applause, please. May I request to felicitate Mr. Vivek Raja, Supreme Court Counsel. May I request you to felicitate Mr. Sandeep Rai Rathor, IPS DGP Training, Police Training Headquarters, Chennai. And the Professor Nandan Sudarsanam is on stage now for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause, please. Yes, let's join for the group photograph, please. Thank you so much, all of you, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a 2 days of Umagine 2025 is almost to an end now, but to officially end it, we do have the session at the main hall. And here we will be having the networking session, and post that you will be going to the main stage, main hall. So the valedictory session is happening there. Thank you all.